Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover powered by Ever Level Concrete, Paranormal Hall at everlevelconcrete.com. Boys, how are we?
Hello, Matt.
Hello.
Hi, Matt.
I could not
Matt,
be
why
better.
are you leaving?
No, Matt,
why you put the cookies over
we
there?
can't skip two
I don't know. I
crossovers.
just want room for my hands. I
Yeah,
want to
Nick,
put my
Nick,
hands down over here.
I had
Room
one
for my hands.
Shout out to one of our
It's a great
favorite
song.
listeners, Pedro. He brought, and Pedro's wife in particular,
Hello, Pedro.
brought us cookies earlier today. I had one when I arrived at the office.
I need to have one yet.
Why don't you go get one then, Nick?
I'm getting stuff set up. I'll
Okay.
get one.
Nick, I'm trying to get in the stream. I apologize.
I used
I've
to
heard that
know the
before.
Mexican roster very well. And now I'm kind of like, I don't know any of these guys.
Is that something you said in college too?
About what? The World Cup roster?
Sure.
I get the
Ah, see, he gets it.
no, I did not say that in college.
Mm.
I used to say that in 2014 though, when Chicharito was playing for
Oh,
Mexico.
nice.
And now they're playing South Africa at Mexico City.
South Africa.
Kenneth says, I'll bring you boys lunch at OBV next
Whoa.
week.
Whoa.
Hello.
Jell-O
Is he gonna
shots?
bring the McBurger?
Oh,
What
great
is that?
question.
It's my creation of like an Italian beef burger.
Mm.
Kenneth, I want those wings, bro.
Do people ever call you Italian beef?
No, because I'm not Italian and
Mm.
I don't have a lot of beef.
By the way,
So-
Tuesday. Tuesday is the day.
Okay.
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah, because I don't want him to do it on a day that I'm not there.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Tuesday.
Good pick.
Yeah.
Good pick.
Josh
I've had many
is
conversations off the air.
Josh is scheduling things so he's at the OBV when it's the best time to be
You know,
at the OBV.
I think I have finally decided, as the second longest tenured host at the Zone,
Wow.
to start kind of asking for things. I think it's time now,
Yeah,
and so I've asked for
you
things.
want to start moving your weight around a little
I
bit.
think I do.
You wanna start
I think I've earned it.
You think you
have.
want to start
Yeah.
exploring the space?
There, Kenneth says Tuesday works for me. Let's go.
And you know
That's
what?
how it's done.
You're definitely not unk either. That's why you haven't put in your time.
Do you really have to like? That's kind of scary that you got to be at a place for 15 years to finally think.
Hey, 14 years,
You gotta-
sir.
You got to be at a place for 14 years
Holy
to finally
cow.
start thinking I can move my weight around.
You've had a 1620 the zone teenager hanging around.
Am I a loser for just being at the same place my whole life?
No.
I've had one job as an adult here.
That's
Nice.
my mom's done that.
Really?
My mom was at
Rocks.
the same school for 33 years.
She's a janitor?
Wow.
No, my dad was a janitor at her school. That's
So
how
her
they
early
met.
years
Is that
were-
how? Oh, they met up.
My dad
Whoa.
would clean my mother's room to flirt with
Oh.
her.
I bet he
good.
would.
Mm.
Yeah, there
Good
you
one,
go.
Nick.
Nice.
So
Thank
the beginning of your mom's employment, the Cowboys were great. We need to
Yes.
get her so then they can maybe be great again.
That's right.
You think the Cowboys' problem has been they
Your
don't do
mom.
enough cocaine and my mother?
Bring it back.
Mm.
My mom back
No.
from 1992?
No, I just want the
She's a
Cowboys.
beautiful woman now, in my opinion.
I bet she
Whoa.
looks great. She was
Why-
very
Why'd
nice.
you do whoa?
what do
like
you mean by that?
My mom is beautiful.
This like
Mm.
Darwinism sort of thing? Or what
Okay,
is
this is I knew that you two, you three,
What
you
did
got
we- what has
you
Nick
three-
done?
Nick made a sex joke already.
What did he say?
He said, I said my dad cleaned my mom's room, and he goes, oh, I bet he did.
That does sound like a
Alright?
euphemism.
You guys, like, I'm
hey,
taking
honey,
it as-
can I clean your room tonight?
I'm like, everyone's like, oh, Matt's the horny one on 1620 The Zone.
To be
Where
fair,
it's like,
you're always bringing it up.
well,
Yeah.
you three people have the
I'd love to
dirty
have it
little
someday.
minds.
It's like the thing from The Office where he goes, I love inside jokes. I'd love to be a part of one someday. That's Matt. I love sex. I'd love to be a part of it someday.
By the way,
I would love to.
I
What's up,
just
Nick?
had this realization.
Yeah.
John's the longest tenured on Zone.
Yeah.
You're
Wow.
second. I'm third.
Whoa.
No way.
This is
Yeah.
the unk show of 1620 the zone.
Now, but not as a full timer, right? Doesn't Odson have you beat?
No.
Just- what?
I was hired full time before Odson was.
Whoa.
Really?
yeah.
So wait, George was still the guy when you started as our
George.
producer?
George of
That's a lot
Yeah,
of
1620.
changes.
I think we got to get rid of the old guard, you know.
Whoa.
Too many people talking about how it used to be around
Mm.
here.
I've also been here for 10 years total. That's crazy.
I know. Austin's making that face, and that face says a lot about me.
Interesting. You're the one to bring that one up, Matt. That's okay.
I know we almost got rid of the new guard.
Nope.
I interned here 15 years ago this summer.
Whoa.
Next
What was
month,
your internship like?
I was Kevin Kugler and Michael Severe's intern, and I would upload podcasts.
Whoa.
And I would find a message board post of the day and read it.
Mm.
And Michael would sometimes ask me to look up articles for him and send him stuff that is interesting from Big 12 and Pac 12 and Big 10 blogs.
Cool.
Shout out to me.
Shout out blogs.
7 weeks. It was a great internship.
And it worked for the next 14
Look at me
years.
now.
That rocks.
I just
never-
got hired and it counted toward my internship hours.
Nice.
That was nice.
I never had an internship in radio.
I haven't either.
We know you were a prodigy. Good Lord.
Thank you.
That
Thank you
rocks.
for admitting it. You know,
Matt
you
named
are.
Prodigy.
You've told me that you were the prodigy.
Well,
Whoa.
you're my mentee.
Yeah.
You're the one who tells me it too.
You're good.
You're Obi-Wan. He's Anakin. He'll kill you one day.
Uh-oh. I went
Yeah.
and found Star Wars Mr. H.
Yeah, Josh.
Mhm.
You wouldn't be
Under
Star
you
Wars
wouldn't be the
Mr.
first
H.
either, Josh.
Wait, is Darth Vader Mr. H of the Star Wars
No,
universe?
I've always saying
People
him.
say Palpatine is.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
that makes more
Palpatine is more
sense.
So
Mr.
he's,
H.
so he's the Goebbels.
He's either Goebbels or
making
Himmler.
movies.
I think he's Himmler.
Yeah, because Goebbels was more the propaganda
Yeah,
guy.
then Himmler was in
Who's-
charge of the SS, and then
who's-
the Inquisitors are kind of Star Wars Gestapo.
Who's Star Wars propaganda? Who did the propaganda? I was
That
probably
was
a guy from Andor, honestly.
Whoa.
yeah, no, that I think that was a thing in one of the shows.
Sad.
I mean,
One
we
of the
did get
shows.
into the profiteering of war during the worst Star Wars movie. That thing was terrible.
Oh, The Rise of Skywalker?
no, the one before it.
The Last Jedi?
No
Yeah.
way.
The Rise of Skywalker is way worse
Yeah,
than
but the
Last
Rise of
Jedi.
Skywalker is worse because the Last Jedi forced it to be.
No.
Okay,
You know?
so if any movie you've ever seen after a bad movie just makes it what? Just not as bad of a movie?
I mean, they had to make the Rise of Skywalker into like fan fiction, which is why it ended up being terrible.
which alternatively they could have chose not to make that movie.
See, it's because they got spooked by all the losers on the internet. They were like, "Why
Mhm.
did this woman get it to do something nice?"
Yeah. Some
You know?
people would say a contrarian. take.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, that's right.
Some people would say that if Ryan Johnson wanted to recreate Star Wars, Ryan Johnson should just been given his own 3 movies.
Why are you
I
mad
would've
at
been-
him? Why aren't you mad at the people who gave him the power?
Whoa.
I'm mad at everybody about it.
Okay.
This is a
I'm not-
Sorsby type
there-
of conversation
No,
now.
there's not one
Also-
singular person I'm mad about. It was a mistake to do Pass the Popcorn with 3 different movies with 3 different directors.
Well, it was actually
That-
2 different directors.
Well, it was originally supposed to
I
be
know.
3.
I know. I'm just
Well,
telling you.
So they were going to do 3. That was a mistake. They should have just given JJ, you do your thing. You do all 3
Lens
movies.
flare.
And then-
I'll always be mad that they made Rey a Skywalker or Skywalker adjacent.
Could not agree with you.
Actually,
more.
just a Skywalker.
I thought
because-
it was so
yeah.
cool that she was just a what did they call it? A girl from nowhere or whatever
Yeah.
it was. Like
Mm.
that
Like,
was
her parents
awesome.
could have just been nobodies.
Once again,
Here we go.
I'm okay with that, right?
But
No.
there's
I'm
a but
okay
on it.
with that.
with
if you're
which
not,
one? You're okay with which one?
I'm okay with Ray being a nobody.
Okay.
Yeah.
If this is a whole new sequel, it's a whole new deal.
Mm-hmm.
But 7, 8, and 9 are supposed to be a part of the quote unquote Skywalker saga. They're
True.
supposed to be a part of the 6 other movies that came before it.
Facts.
It does not make sense as an entire saga.
Wrong.
It does no. It
He could have
doesn't.
the Skywalker saga could include him being a coach.
But the Skywalker saga includes all of the characters that have been established across of the first 6 movies. That's what the Skywalker saga
Why-
is about.
Why couldn't Ben Solo be considered a part of the Skywalker saga?
Bingo.
He's kind of the natural progression there.
Great.
because
That-
he's
he
on.
is.
Or it could have been
He
Luke and
is.
Leia actually having, screen time together.
I'm not arguing against any of that. That's all great stuff. It just doesn't make sense to be like, oh, it's a part of the Skywalker saga, and literally on the last 30 yards of the final drive to win the game, we're going to bring in a brand new key player to go ahead and be
like
a
a
part of it.
kicker. You're right. They would never do that.
They would never do
What do you
that.
mean- wait, in the last what?
Like in the last part of the entire saga, we're just going to bring in somebody who's a nobody who is connected to none of the story. It doesn't make a ton
But there
of
was
sense.
all the other stuff that was connected to the original story.
I know, but the main jewel of the story not being connected to it does not make a whole lot of sense. It does not make
I
sense
couldn't
that she's
disagree
not
more.
a.
I mean, I feel like the
that
main
she's a
jewel of the
nobody.
story is that a bad guy being a Skywalker again.
Mm.
KD says J.J. Abrams is a grade A loser.
Whoa.
Ryan Johnson at least took some risks.
Bang.
Also, Ryan Johnson directed some of the best episodes of Breaking Bad. So.
I also think Ryan Johnson made
Shout
a
out.
really good movie, and I understand why
Oh.
people are mad about
Knives
the
Out?
Star Wars side of
Oh.
it. No, I like The Last Jedi. I think it's
Me too.
actually
I
pretty
think
good.
Ryan Johnson would
also
have
did
been
Looper.
awesome if he got his own
Love
3
Looper.
movies. They're like, hey, dude, do
they
your
tried
own
to do
thing.
that. They tried to do that.
So
You're-
is The
you're-
Last Jedi to you equivalent to the Double Doink? Is that kind of the
the
same
Last
thing?
Jedi just
Wow.
I agree with you. Like from a movie perspective, The Last Jedi is not a bad movie. It's a much better, just straight up movie than The Rise of Skywalker. It just doesn't make sense in as a sequel. It does not make sense.
See, you and
as a
you're-
follow-up.
You're not alone in this Star Wars fandom. I just do not understand it.
Star
like,
Wars fan.
no, this specific type of Star Wars fan.
okay.
Like, there are some people like Luke would never have done that.
He,
And it's like,
you cannot
see?
change.
He was a crazy old hermit.
Yeah.
He was old.
But also,
You
bro,
put-
he's a
Wait,
movie
real quick,
character. We
didn't-
don't know what he's going to
also,
do. That's the whole
Yoda
point.
disappeared for like hundreds of years. Why can?
and then he got loopy and crazy.
yeah, why can't he do that? But Luke is infallible.
Episode 2 Yoda is not the same as episode.
Okay,
Or-
at the
Yeah.
same time
Yeah.
though,
Episode
like,
5.
Another
you can't look. I
There is
think that
another.
you're right. You
Oh.
can change a character off screen,
Yeah.
right?
It's called a book.
And
Oh, I love
you can
books.
change a character off screen and it can work. But I would argue that like the difference between Yoda in the first 3 movies and Yoda in 5 and 6 aren't that far off. Like Yoda was still incredibly skeptical. Yoda was still like very conservative in the things that he did in 1, 2, and 3.
Someone
And
call
then
him
when-
and
then when-
900-year-old
negligent.
frog
And,
man.
and then when you got
Make
to
Dagobah
5 and
great
6,
again.
he still kind of was that way.
He's just
They gave him a red
negligent.
hat.
Yoda was asleep at the
You're-
wheel
He
in
was.
front of the Jedi Council running the Republic.
But you're
A bunch of old religious Jedi
Ooh.
running
Sleepy
the
Yoda.
government.
Star Wars Supreme Court.
Mhm, that's right.
Taking away voting
I
rights.
think Chancellor and former Senator Palpatine of Naboo made the right move to seize power to take it away from these hypercritical religionists. All right, Matt? Sorry, Master Yoda was asleep the entire time when the Republic was falling to the Separatist Alliance.
You
This
decided
is
to
good.
fall under the trick of a Sith Lord and give him power, and now I'm supposed to be
so the
responsible
Sith
for
Lord
it.
made a bunch of jobs for the rest of the Republic? My bad. Sorry.
By the way,
You know,
it's-
there are a lot of people who benefited off the dollars that the Death Star created. Okay,
Yeah, that's right.
It's-
Thank you for making my
the
argument for me.
unemployment has never been lower.
That's right.
It's
The
funny
Outer
that-
Rim has never been more protected.
it's funny that Star Wars came up this week. I don't know why, but the other day I stumbled upon the trailer for episode 7 that was the George Lucas edition of the trailer. Have you ever seen this or
The
heard
George
of it?
No.
Lucas?
So some random guy on the internet made a Force Awakens trailer, the George Lucas edition, and so it's just a bunch of random special effects that have no. It is.
Beautiful.
I will show it to you guys during the commercial break. It
I
is
can't wait to see
so funny.
I think one of the biggest fumbles that they had in that whole sequel trilogy is
Fumble!
not doing anything with Finn. Because the way they set up Finn in the original trailer, they made it seem like he was
When he
supposed to
pops
be
up,
a force-sensitive
Mm.
person of color Jedi who was a
Wow.
stormtrooper, and that was an interesting story. You know, then at the end of the movie, he's like, you know, fighting his brothers, and you'd think it'd be like, man, I know you, like, what do we do? Instead, he's just mowing him down. It's like, yeah, it's fine.
Well, don't forget, he did get a cool shot of him riding a horse on top of a Star Destroyer in the
Yeah.
final movie.
Yeah.
So how cool
I just-
could he be?
I wish they did more with him. Like, they were setting him up to
No,
be
what do you
force-sensitive.
mean?
How
They did
cool would
plenty
that
of
have
him.
been?
He went out to like the other ship and tried to get the
Yes,
the guy
that's
to
right.
do
He
all
went
that
and
thing.
gambled. That's
Yeah.
right.
He
Finn
he
was
told
fun.
you about all the terrible things they do in Star Wars horse racing.
That's
that wasn't
right.
enough for you.
They
met
completely
Brandon
mishandled
Sorsby.
that character.
Yeah.
They
They
completely
mishandled like
mishandled
every
him.
character
Yeah.
from those movies.
But you know
Could've been.
what? The Last Jedi, what a great movie.
It
And
is.
I'm such a mark, for what Star
No,
Wars
you're
is.
Matt.
Odson says, I don't see Jedi in terms of color. Prison Matt says, I only see Jedi in terms of blue, green, or purple
Oh,
color.
the Twi'leks.
By the
I
way,
do
so
love the Twi'leks.
Ayla Secura.
Theo
Mhm.
did this in your
Dummy
show
thick.
chat, and now he's doing it in ours. He said
Hi,
shows
Theo.
are usually all day at Schwab Field during the College World Series. Theo, you are correct. The College World Series hasn't started though.
No.
We will be
Nah,
there
bro.
tomorrow.
They've
Yeah.
been practicing all day.
Yeah.
Haven't you been seeing
and
the
now this
updates?
was whenever you respond to it,
No,
Theo,
I have not, and I'm better for it.
he won't now respond to us.
Uh-oh.
Theo, stop by.
Odson hit him with a bud. That means he's mad.
Theo, if you come by tomorrow, I won't be there tomorrow, but if you come by on Tuesday or Sunday, I'll give you $5.
Well, Theo, do we know what Theo looks like?
No. You have
I've
to,
only
he has
seen
to-
him as a big
he
team.
needs to prove it by opening up his YouTube and saying, see, it's me, Theo.
Mm.
I want to meet Theo in person.
Yeah, I'm sure Carol.
But then you might
Olsen
see
will
his
come
other
through.
4 burners.
That's true. Yeah.
I like Carol.
Carol calls me fat, but then also
Call
says,
yourself fat.
yeah,
In fairness to Carol.
but Carol started it before I made it cool.
Oh, it's
Mm.
cool to be fat?
Interesting.
Well,
Was that being fat is
I've just
cool?
said that in my head. So
Consider
I'm okay
me
with it.
Miles Davis.
Whoa.
But
Is that a Huey Lewis song?
I don't know.
Oh, that's Fit to be Square. My bad.
Chance says, Josh, can I have
American Psycho.
$5?
Whoa.
I've
Would you
given
rather
Chance-
have $5 or your local MLS team win a championship?
Ooh, good
$5.
question.
I don't follow soccer.
Who is
Yeah.
my local MLS team?
We
the
don't-
Union Omaha?
No, kids,
No, that
Sporting.
they're the USL.
Yeah,
my
Sporting
bad.
KC.
It's on me.
That would be
Although
the
they
most
have
local.
beaten MLS teams before, which is funny.
How do we feel about the score bug for the World Cup?
Oh, I
hate
love
it.
scorebug talk.
I kind of like it.
Oh, I don't.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah,
I
me
don't
too.
like that in the
I don't-
middle.
I
That's
don't-
gross.
Oh, Mexico!
Oh!
I'm with you, Austin. I do not think it looks like a child made it.
Yeah, I don't
I think
like
it's
that at
it's
all.
very colorful.
I also really don't like the
Verizon
company
logo?
Yeah, that's
That
gross.
sucks.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I think soccer is the best like background sport. It's an incredible sport to just have.
More than
Some
golf?
would say baseball.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes like with golf is like you can miss whole like
Go on a
complete
kick.
holes, right? Like it's like
Good punch out.
I've missed 3 holes and all of a sudden the guy's, 2 over, 2 under, whatever. I kind of can just like have soccer in the background and they're passing around for 10 minutes. And as soon as they start running, you look up and you're like, oh, something's happening.
Have these guys ever considered scoring?
You're not wrong, Matt. Like over the next month and a half, I will have soccer on in the background. It'll be great. Like today, this is the first match of the World Cup, and so I haven't been able to watch it until right now.
Terrible.
I'm looking forward to not next week because I'll be busy, but in 2 weeks when there's day game or morning stuff on, and I'll just have it on while I do work.
This is not on during the morning now?
No, it is. I'm just
Oh,
saying
okay.
next week I'll be, I'm doing
Next
sidelines.
week, we're going to have a potential Game 7 in the Stanley Cup. We'll have the U.S. Open and the World Cup. all
What about the
going on at
NBA
same time.
Finals? You've already declared it over. It's done.
You think it's done on Saturday?
Yeah.
You're
I think
calling the
it's-
French dead. They're waving the white flag
really
for the
don't-
third time.
Oui, oui.
France loves waving a white flag.
They do.
I don't want it to end
One
on
more.
Saturday because I won't get to watch it. I want it to go to Tuesday because I would get to watch
What
it.
if you're in a weather delay? You could watch it.
Don't you say those
I did-
words.
what do you mean?
Don't you say those words.
Mm.
to
I
me.
do think that part of the reason I was disappointed in the Spurs collapse yesterday was because I was like, I want more games. I
yeah.
want more.
Whereas I was
playoffs.
rooting hard for the Knicks. Here's
You don't
my
think
question.
Victor Wembanyama can pull an LBJ and not the former
Okay,
president?
Jumbo?
So
We're
I got
pulling out of Vietnam, boys.
Remember Jumbo?
Jumbo. Steam?
No, that's LBJ had a nickname, Jumbo. For
Oh,
something.
yeah. Well, speaking of pants and
Uh-huh.
needing to lower things.
Ah, yes, that's right.
He had a huge
Yeah, that's a big part of that movie.
bill.
I've gotten very like upset at people in basketball because they're like, you're not Michael Jordan and you never will be, and that's always bothered me. And then somebody
They've said this to you?
Well, they've just said it to like
Oh,
in the media.
Matt,
Oh.
you are not Michael Jordan.
You don't gamble religiously.
No,
Oh,
well,
I mean-
actually, I just don't gamble as much as he does. Somebody
Yeah.
at the golf course made fun of me of how little I gamble in terms of
You
my
are
money.
Michael Jordan, aren't you? Congratulations.
I gambled $10, per bet,
That's
maybe
exciting.
25 if I'm feeling spicy.
I have a question. Austin,
Yeah.
did you watch the game last night?
I
or
did.
You No way.
I did.
Because I told Riss, I was like, Austin hasn't tweeted about this, and I'm worried that he's asleep and he's going to miss it all.
So I
Oh, speaking of people on your show who fell asleep and missed it all, producer Josh just fell asleep.
I saw his tweet last night where he's
no.
like, I really regret missing the fourth quarter. I thought he turned it off.
That's
sucks.
tough.
So you
No.
stayed up.
Yeah, so what happened was as soon as I got off of unsportsmanlike conduct, I tried to navigate my way back home. By the time I got back, Dr. Fiance had been home early from clinic. So we
Wow.
napped as soon as we got back. It was great. We
Wow.
woke up at
Wow.
8 o'clock and I turned
He
on
helped
the
her
TV.
clean out the closet.
That's right. I turned on
He
the
did some
TV.
janitor work.
Turn on the TV and I go, oh boy, what's going on here? The first quarter, they're down like 30. And I was
Yeah,
like,
pretty
then the NBA Finals became my background sport because I started to do other things. And then as I started to get ready for bed,
Yeah.
the Knicks mounted their comeback.
What'd
and I
you
said,
start-
how interesting.
How
You-
interesting.
You started what, like mopping the floor? Like you started, dusting off the shelves?
Is this you making fun of me for having a clean home? Oh, darn. Hey, rats.
No, I think he's.
I'm always ready
I-
for guests. What a
I was actually
problem.
making sex jokes.
He's
there.
making
Look at
sex
this.
jokes
Wow.
about-
I didn't get
Yeah, you
there.
better not make
Yeah.
fun of people for a clean home.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I have a dirty home, so
Yeah,
it's
that
just
does
one of
not
those
shock
things.
me.
Well, and
One of
also
those-
your bed is on the ground.
Yeah, I currently
mean-
don't have a bed frame. My mother was like, "You have a bed frame?" I go, "No." She goes, "That's crazy." I was like, "Yep."
You should say, Mom, you want to send me?
Well,
a
someone,
couple
I
dollars?"
someone in
told her,
the
I go, "You
chat
wanna
just said
buy
that
it
somebody
for me?"
scored.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, don't spoil the World Cup.
What's going on?
Come on.
How are they
That's
already ahead of
awesome.
us?
Yeah. Man, I should bring in my intent and we can hook it up.
This
By
is
the way,
crazy.
Odson he wants to correct the record. Odson spoiled it too. How does he know what happened?
Mm.
Gosh,
Again,
we're all on the
updates?
same internet. Are we?
How far behind
we
are we?
behind?
Oh, no.
come
That's
on.
tough.
We're behind by a full minute.
Damn.
Trip.
What were
Look
you
at this
doing?
goal. Ready? Between
Oh.
the legs.
Yikes.
I was
That's
getting
tough.
enamored by the flags, and I started pausing to see what flags.
You
were
gotta
coming
let us
through.
know.
Oh,
Come
Josh has hit
on.
us with a second.
Wow,
A second
second
bud
bud.
has hit the chat.
By the way, he wants to correct the record. He says, I didn't fall asleep. I turned it off. I watched Minority Report on TCM.
What a movie.
That's bad.
What
Um,
a movie.
I have a
Report
conflicting
sucks.
report.
Odson's been hitting up the
Uh-oh.
Steven Spielberg movies, getting ready for Disclosure Day.
This is from somebody who is inside the Odson household.
Sources.
Sources tell me. Did Josh tell you what he did when we turned off the game last night? He turned on face/off and immediately fell asleep.
Was it
He
Face
also
Off or
has a
Minority
tendency
Report?
when he falls asleep like this with the remote in his hands. So he holds me hostage and I can't change the channel.
Nice.
Classic.
You could
So
Classic
there-
guy move.
just
Woman,
take the
you can't
remote.
hold the remote.
The sources within the Odson household tell me that it's like in Toy Story 2 when they have to, turn off the TV. with
And he
the-
steps on a cheese puff.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Wow,
right.
great reference. Are you going to see Toy Story 5?
Taylor Swift wrote a song for it, so inevitably my fiance will make me go.
So I forgot there was a Toy Story 4. What was that one about?
Oh, that was the one where they.
It was the little fork thing.
Yeah, it was.
I saw Red-
Forky.
Oh,
It's called
Forky.
Forky.
Yep.
I saw
And
it when
they-
COVID happened.
Yeah, they're like in some small town or something
called
like
Lo-
that.
Try
right?
it was
Yeah.
try that in a small
They-
town. I
it-
think.
Try that in a small town.
They
That's actually my Pledge of
they
Allegiance.
travel the adventures as lost toys. There are more and more toys being lost every day,
Yeah,
according to Toy Story, because more kids are turning to the internet. So
I am
Woody
kind of good.
and Bo Peep go ahead and try and save lost toys in Toy
See
Story
what I gave
4.
it on Letterboxd.
And the third one was the
Actually,
one
I'm
with the evil
curious now.
bear, yeah.
I do,
Yeah,
yeah.
where they almost-
Lotso, yeah. Listen, the
almost lit
series
on fire.
ended for me when Lotso was in it because he's the perfect villain.
The series ended for me with 2. I watched 3 and I didn't really like it.
I
Oh,
think
did 3 get too political for you?
No, it's just I didn't have
here-
Andy anymore.
Here's a fun fact I just found out. Did you know that there's a 1996 animated film straight to DVD called Toy's Story?
Is that like an off-brand?
There is jealousy brewing in the toy chest. A new toy has taken all of the little boys' attention.
Wha-
When Pino the toy decides to run
Pino.
away, the others become worried he might never return. Will the other toys be able to find their friend and save the day?
What year is
Wow.
this from?
1996. It's
But-
called The Toy's Story.
By the way, Otson writes, imagine feeling nothing for Toy Story 3. Yeah, that's pretty wild there, Nick. You have a cold black heart. By the way, Toy Story 4 on Letterboxd, 4.5 stars. I watched it March
Wow.
13th, 2020.
All right,
I
Toy Story,
remember
many?
COVID. Out of 5.
Toy Story 1.
You know what? I mean, it was COVID. I was probably in a certain place.
You
at
think
that
there's
Yeah.
COVID inflation
So-
there?
I said I don't know where I'd
Toy-
rank it, but it's but I really enjoyed it. Great new characters, fun changes to old ones, and a super good ending. Love the series.
Super
Oh
good.
boy, that's
Look at-
tough.
Look at
So-
31-year-old me.
Toy Story 1 was 4.5 for me. Toy Story 2 was 4. Toy Story 3 was 5. And Toy Story 4 was 3 out of 5.
I
Wow,
think 2
usually-
is the best one.
Usually, you give better grades than I.
Oh, yeah.
do.
I
I'm a
must not have
harsher-
had any fun in this movie. Let me
do
look.
you think 28-year-old Josh Peterson would like 24-year-old Matt McMaster?
Great question.
I wonder what the younger versions of the show hosts would think of 24.
So
Hmm.
I turned 28 in 2016. So I was
Okay.
28 when the Cubs won the World Series.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we would have been really close in age. That's like me and Happer's difference. Yeah, we.
I think young Happer and young McMaster would have gone at each other's throats.
Whoa.
Yeah, we would have.
you and Happer at your ages seem to go at each other's
I know,
throats.
but I think
Hmm.
there would have been a mutual respect there. You know.
because
Mutual
you're the same
respect.
age.
Yeah.
It's like
Instead
you
of like
two.
a heated rivalry, also
Whoa.
a hockey show.
Yeah.
Oh, you
never
gonna kiss
seen it.
each other?
Would that have happened?
I mean, I will say that there is at least for me, I'm not speaking on behalf of Austin, but I do have a little. I mean, I think Austin's a great
rivalry?
broadcaster. I mean, Austin's a great broadcaster. in my
But
age range.
I don't know any broadcasting. This is it. I'm just here.
Shut
He's
up.
great
hanging
at
out.
TikTok.
Shut
I am. I love asking people weird questions.
There is, I love competition in the workplace. I find Austin to be an
Wow.
incredible piece of
Well,
competition.
if you and Happer want to start your own version of heated rivalry, I already have your name for it.
I'm okay.
You could
I'm
call
totally
it Hot
fine.
Mike.
Nice.
Matt, do you go
Dang.
home and do you rank yourself among the 5 hosts on 1620 The Zone?
No, I would never rank myself amongst you guys because you guys are all a lot older. and
But
have
you would
more
put yourself
experiences.
3, probably.
Yeah.
No, I don't think.
Who are you ahead of,
I'm not
Matt?
gonna- I'm not gonna stop it. I'm not
Matt,
gonna
who are
answer
you
that
ahead
question.
of?
No one. I would rank myself amongst the broadcasters of my age group for sure.
Okay,
Nice.
let's hear it.
Yeah, who's number 1?
Well, if you don't,
What's the age range?
I mean, I don't think you're.
Yeah, what is the age range?
26
I
and
would
under?
say that you are.
Can you rent a car
I
or
would
not?
say that if you're 30, you're out of my.
So,
Oh,
so he's
so-
in your age range?
So there's an UNC group, and then
Yeah.
there's the rest of them.
There's 3 tiers.
So
There's
you
one-
have Josh and John in the
Damn
same
it,
category.
I'm in the same category as John.
And-
Old.
yeah,
How's it
Michael
feel?
Severe.
Yeah,
Terrible.
I would
that's
say
tough.
there's 3 tiers: 24 to 30, 30 to 38, and then 38 and up.
Mm.
I'm
That's-
approaching your
that's
and
what I
John's
would-
tier.
John
pretty quick.
Bishop is
rank it.
38 years old. That's crazy. He doesn't look a day over 51.
He's leaving our demo this year.
Whoa.
See you
that's
later,
tough.
John.
I decline to answer where I would rank myself in any of these instances.
I'm gonna get you drunk sometime, and then I'll ask you these questions.
I mean, yeah. Where do you think I'd rank myself?
I know where you rank yourself. I know who Matt's rivals are. He's told me. I know who they are.
Your
I'm not gonna-
rivals?
Oh, I have rivals.
His heated rivals.
Whoa.
No. Lukewarm rivals.
Oh, okay. Very nice. So you guys want just like
the warm rivals, the warmest rivals
warm
possible.
boys.
So
there's
instead-
nothing heated about it.
instead of smooching these guys, you like share hot tubs and stuff?
Yeah.
Or what do you do?
Hot tub.
that and pools, or
Mhm.
some of these guys, yes.
Whoa. All right, that rocks.
Sad Husker fan says, Boomer Josh. Man, I don't like this. I don't want to be in the unk category.
Sorry. Would you rather be a boomer?
Are you 38?
I'll be 38 in 3 months.
So you're still in tier 2?
nice. What's tier 3?
Tier
40?
3 is 38 and up.
Oh, so I'm
That's the-
almost there.
That's the senior citizen
That's
category.
we call that death.
Whoa,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
that's right.
That's like you are what you are.
You can
know?
also, but listen,
In
Josh.
2 years, you're not going to get any better. Like in 2 years, you're stopping proving
Is
as
that
a broadcaster.
You're
Can't be
locked in.
true.
That's just
I'm
you.
about to do sideline reporting for the College World Series first time. I feel like I'm getting better.
But Josh, after you turn 38 and up,
Thanking it.
you can literally say anything you want. Everyone just goes, "Oh, he's just old. He doesn't know
Yeah,
what he's
you
saying."
can
Exactly.
say whatever
You can-
slurs you want to say now.
You
That's
can be
right.
out of
All
touch,
right.
and some people are going to be like, "That guy gets it. He's
Mhm.
old school."
That's right.
Being out of touch is old school.
Wow, wait, so old heads are going to listen to this show and like, finally, somebody who says what I want to say
That's
on
right.
air. I
Exactly.
used to be young and now I'm an old man.
Did you know when you turn 38, your X account automatically follows Tucker Carlson?
How does it feel?
Star
to,
Wars Tucker Carlson.
How does
Yes.
it feel to lose your creativity? You used to be creative. You used to be
Hey.
on the cutting room floor. Now you're kind of just like you're relating to what all the olds think. How do you feel about
used
that?
to be on the cutting room floor.
Yeah.
Cutting
So,
edge, I think is what he meant.
Because that means he would still be on the
Hey,
Cutting
floor.
room
yeah.
floor is like a
Austin,
deleted
Austin,
scene.
Roll with me. All right, just roll with the words. I
I'm
say.
still there, but I used to be there too.
Mustache Adam says, McMaster, I'm 40 and I'd whoop your young ass on the golf course, son.
Ooh.
And
Ooh.
I
drinking.
get my ass whooped by 60-year-olds on the golf course.
Dang, I didn't realize Adam was 40 now.
Dang,
Wow.
Adam.
Yeah.
Man,
Adam can say anything he wants to.
He's got a great
Exactly. You
mustache.
guys relate with, you know what, Josh? I wish more people thought the way that you thought. We
You know
need
what,
more of
Josh?
that old school mentality
it's
on
not
our
old
airwaves.
school. It's
Kids
young and-
these
yeah.
days
It's young,
don't
and, it's
think
young
like
and
that.
progressive. Okay,
Yeah.
now I have thought kids these days a lot. lately.
Oh,
God, you know,
he listens to that
How do
midday
you,
show
how do you,
with that
you know what?
young-
When you turn 45, I wouldn't be surprised if your Twitter profile is you with a selfie and sunglasses.
Yeah, that's right.
Good
Driving
God.
a big old.
oh, that
lifted
reminds
pickup.
me. I got a photo of John that I need to Photoshop into that grid of all the people in there with the sunglasses in their car. But put John in there
That's
as well.
very funny.
All right. Well, I think we have to go.
No,
That was no. I mean,
That
you and I
was-
will still be.
Hey,
here.
hey, this is old school radio, Austin.
That's
right?
right.
You cut when the guy in the number one chair says to cut. All right.
Oh, I got a text from someone that says McMaster Happer handshake meme, Nebraska, Oklahoma rivalry built on respect.
nice.
There you go.
That rocks.
Okay.
Two different shades of red.
What's
You know
up?
what?
What?
I'll save that for another.
What are you
Okay.
gonna say?
Nothing.
I'll
I was just
save
gonna
it
piss,
for the next
I was gonna
day.
piss a lot of your loyal listeners off. All the old school listeners. I
Whoa.
was gonna make them very mad.
What were you gonna say?
Were you
about Nebraska,
gonna-
Oklahoma?
you gonna
oh,
say
yeah,
like
he was
Mom
gonna call us
Donnie's the right
overrated.
guy?
The respect
Well,
rivalry.
we've already said that that's fake. That's pretend.
Yuck.
Jack Mitchell went on a rant about it in 2021.
Yuck.
Was
Rival-
Nebraska and Minnesota built on respect?
No, that's built off of despising each other.
And
well,
hoodies.
no, it's built off of Minnesota
Nice.
whooping Nebraska's ass is what that is built off.
Ass.
I mean, would anybody really care about Minnesota if PJ Fleck wasn't winning against Nebraska all the time?
Absolutely.
There
not.
you
Good
go.
question.
John says, I'm almost 53, 2 grandchildren. My wife doesn't let me say whatever I want.
That's tough. Sorry to hear that.
That's why you don't have a. So you don't have a girlfriend.
402 texts in, middays with Matt, middays ass hat.
yeah,
Got it.
nice. That's a good one. Who said that one?
402.
Nice.
Yeah. And then finally, Jason says, I'm old and now without John isn't there. I wait for Josh's input with all these kids on right now. Embrace being old, Josh.
Exactly.
Hey
Wow.
Matt, before you go, I just want to give you a compliment before you walk out because I know
Okay.
you're feeling a little bit down about yourself when we got started here on the
Yeah.
crossover, all that good stuff.
I think you're still handsome, dude.
I like the way that you say the word ass.
Ass.
Yeah, it just sounds great.
Well,
Like it's like a hunk from a semi truck. It sounds fantastic.
Dumbass.
Security guard,
Ass
security guard at the World Cup just got hit in the head with a soccer ball.
hat.
But
Wasn't
he's
even
not the
looking.
goal.
He wasn't even looking at it. All right, that was a crossover powered by Everlevel
Thank you.
Concrete Repair in Omaha and everlevelconcrete.com. Matt, I'll see you on Sunday.
Bye, Matt.
Wow.
Have
The
a
gr-
great day, Matt.
The final grum from the studio for
Bum.
only 1 week. We'll be back in a week. It's not that long of a time.
Mm.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh my gosh. You know, they're doing hydration breaks at the World Cup now.
Oh,
and
they're copying Nebraska high school state soccer championships.
they went to a commercial. I've never seen a commercial during soccer.
Well, you got to get used to it now.
I guess so.
On Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in on this Thursday, June 11th, the final day before the College World Series.
College World Series.
We will all be there tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday and Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and if necessary Thursday. Not on Friday, but then back there again on Saturday and on Sunday and if necessary on Monday.
Yep.
That's what the next week and a half looks like. Man, I was thinking about it last night on my drive home about the old days in terms of the College World Series. And this isn't me being unk. This is just me remembering like 4 years ago, Austin.
Do you remember?
Back in the day, you remember that movie, that Spielberg movie? No Kent Walgamont this week, by the way. So they would do, you know, the first two games on whatever day. Now, back in my day, it started Saturday. So you'd have 2 games Saturday, 2 games Sunday, 2 games Monday, 2 games Tuesday, and then 1 game Wednesday, 1 game Thursday. The games on Friday, and then an if necessary on Saturday. But there was 1 year where there were no if necessary games, and then there was no baseball that whole weekend, and then the series started on Monday. They fixed everything. You know, people are always yelling at the College World Series or at the NCAA, rather. They're saying, why don't you do this, and why don't you do this? Shout out to the NCAA for 2 things. 1, moving the start of the World Series back to Friday, which is what it'll be this year. And 2, not having the single header days anymore and just going with the double header, because now the championship series for sure will have games on both Saturday and Sunday.
It's true.
God, what a time to be alive.
Very nice. I like when they adjust some schedules. Now, if the NCAA could fix postseason college football, then everything would be great.
Dare to dream. Chance writes it's the 33rd anniversary of Jurassic Park.
I love Jurassic Park.
That's interesting that's the one that you think of, because I go bum 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 da na 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 na.
I always go with Knicks.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. That's like the more of the like melancholy, whereas the one that I do is like the uplifting. They killed the velociraptors.
I think it's
spoiler alert.
I think it's because when I think of Jurassic Park, my first thought is always when they first see the Brontosaurus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He takes off the sunglasses. God, what a cool movie.
It is.
Speaking of Steven Spielberg, shout out to his new movie, Disclosure Day.
You got to stop talking about it.
Yeah, you've been mentioning it a lot.
I'm excited to see it. I'm respecting my elders.
that Steven Spielberg made.
What
Interesting.
on earth? What has...
Well, literally.
I thought about E.T. the other day. I don't remember the last time I've watched E.T.
Ouch. Good movie.
E.T.'s.
I'll be...
What?
Mm-hmm. The movie sucks.
You know what? Why? See, you're saying it in such a low volume because you know it's a terrible opinion.
No, I think it's bad.
You're mumbling.
What sucks about E.T.?
Great question, Nick.
Ooh,
The extraterrestrial.
The child actors, for one.
Whoa, Drew Barrymore is one of them.
Oh, yeah. She's gone on to have a great career.
She
She's
has.
still making a lot of great movies.
Probably not, but maybe she retired.
Retired.
Because
she has a talk show now, I think.
That's what she did.
Yeah.
Good for her.
What about the
Today
boy?
was the last day of the Kelly Clarkson show.
No,
too.
see, go back to
that's
the
over?
ET take.
Yeah.
Ouch. Wow, that's a wild opinion.
Yeah, no.
It seems like you're out on Spielberg.
Well, the thing is like the E.T. movie was never my favorite, and probably because I like watched it as a young kid. And there's the part,
and it scared the crap out of you.
A little bit,
baby.
yeah, right.
See, okay,
but then
you're just a
when
baby.
but then No.
I pooped my pants.
Hey, Unc, knock it off.
E.T. taught me not to
Listen,
trust the government.
you're a year away from
Nice.
wearing diapers on this show, Poopy Pants. I don't want to hear it from you.
The other diapers,
Mhm.
the adult diapers.
No, but I just there are some good moments, but if you watch the entirety of the movie back, there's a lot of where you're like, okay, where do we get to the fun parts?
I didn't watch for some reason, like when you're growing up, your parents, I imagine all of us who are lucky enough to have our parents, they show us movies, right? They're like, this is a movie that I loved and I want to watch it with you. For whatever reason, E.T. wasn't one of those movies. And so I didn't watch it until I was in high school. And I was like, this movie rocks, man.
I just seek out E.T. All of my dad's movies were like Star Trek or Smokey and the Bandit type of stuff.
I've never seen Smokey and the
Real
Bandit.
John Slop is what I call it.
Good question. What were
John Slop.
John Slop.
The Netflix top 10 is at it again.
I wonder what my dad's like movies were. I knew that we had the original Star Wars trilogy on VHS. We
Same.
watched those.
Same.
But I can't remember. Oh, Indiana Jones. We had the Indiana Jones movie.
Oh,
too.
my
So,
dad
yep.
showed me Indiana Jones.
They
Jones.
showed us, but they didn't show us the second one because I think there was
because it sucks. It's
Well,
the
Is
worst
that the
one.
face melting one?
that's the first one.
Okay.
But there was like Colts
get
in
it all
it, and they
mixed
were
up.
like,
Yeah,
we
the
don't
second
believe
one
in
is
this.
the heart rip out one, and
Yeah.
it's got that racist stereotype of a child.
Yeah, who won Academy Award for Everything
Everything
Everywhere
He did.
All at Once.
Great movie.
Yep.
I
That was a
loved
great
it.
movie.
So yeah,
And
there
you
you
called
go.
him racist.
That's Steven
No.
Spielberg for you.
The writing was racist to make him do that.
I see.
They called him Short Round.
I mean, that's just his name,
Yeah,
right?
come on now.
Just his name.
They call you Nick, don't they?
Yes.
Nice. That's problematic. in
Or
my
Big
book.
Daddy.
Let's get to the Grum Down.
Grum Down.
Brought to you by us.
Oh,
here
it's so
on-
blue.
In a good way,
Yo,
right?
listen
Yeah.
up.
Thank you. Nice reference, Nick.
Thank you.
It's the final show before the College World Series. I have it. Thank you, Nick. You recognize exactly what I wanted. I have it. That's what I was going to ask. What will you be doing over the next week?
No,
Because you know what's going to happen? We're going to have coverage of
every game,
and also
every pitch.
and then if you want tickets,
Get them now.
but we don't have any of those. So,
Dang it.
yeah.
But be sure to watch out for the.
Racist.
Oh, I thought that was him saying racist.
We have that.
We do
somewhere.
have him saying racist. I
Yeah.
just don't. Huh.
Yeah.
I figured it'd be on that page.
Yeah. Nope. That's because those are the ones where it's like,
No way.
Yeah.
Goat. Boy. Dumb. Ass. Shocking.
I don't know what those are from. Those are from the Kevin and Michael era. So I
Yeah.
don't know exactly why we have them, but there you go.
Omaha.
Swayze 4 says it's Phil Steele season, boys. Discuss, please. It's
Phil.
magazine's coming out. Let's see. The Spurs dominate. Oops, no, they don't. Bing, bong.
What time did you write that one out?
Actually did the Grum Down this morning, but I
Nice.
did in my prep last night.
That was a funny tweet.
NBA Finals Game 4. Chat, are the Knicks cooked? I thought you would love that.
Racist.
Oh, there we go. I thought you'd be like, good job, Josh. You're saying chat.
Yeah.
But instead, they ended up, coming back to win.
Sorry,
so,
chat.
Yep. And by the way, Prison Matt says, who's the racist we're supposed to worry about? His name is Nick Grimm, actually. So be on the.
Well,
Nick, why
he's
are
a
you-
contrarian. That's why.
That's true. Why are you wearing the Yacht Rock hat, not
Yacht Rock?
the glorious new 1620
Look
the
at this
rope hat?
rope.
Because I thought it matched better with my current fit.
That is garbage.
Mm.
Eric Sorensen's going to
Whoa.
stop by.
Hi,
He'll
Eric.
join us in person.
He
Stitch
will in the
Oh
studio.
my gosh. I can't wait to see him.
We're gonna ask him baseball questions.
I have many baseball questions, and we will ask him all of them. So he's going to join us in the next hour. He'll be here in studio at 3:30. It's 100 days to college football. There was something yesterday with Trey Taylor we didn't get to, and so I decided to, as I was working last night during the bad part of the basketball game, coming up with a different angle on things, which ended up being a good thing. So we'll have that for you in a little bit. Also, it's a Thursday, which means I don't care.
I love this.
Another thing.
I know what Austin's going to say. I don't care about Disclosure Day.
I don't.
I don't care.
Screw you, Austin.
Screw you, Steven.
I can't wait for Disclosure Day. I have an I don't care that is going to trigger, for sure, Nick, maybe you, Austin. I don't know
Whoa.
for sure. And another one that would trigger Stephen A. Smith, but I don't think he really cares about the Grum. But maybe we tweeted at him, Nick,
Ooh.
when I get
that
to
could
it.
be fun.
Do a breakout video. Old friend of the Grum back today for the first time in a while, Adam Rittenberg of ESPN. He'll join us at 4:15 to talk about the story on future power rankings. You know, when we were discussing it yesterday, one of the things that I realized we missed, because I heard this on Happer and Schaefer, it's Connor and Mike, Florida State. Have you seen where they are on this list?
On the list.
They are 50th.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I'd
Ooh.
like to ask Austin, or Austin, you're Austin.
Adam.
Like to ask Adam.
At least
Ooh,
I'm not Matt today.
What's up with this? Maybe you are, though. Don't forget about the Stanley Cup final. It's tonight, everybody.
Holy
I just
cow.
wanted to remind everybody.
How many final are there?
Game 5. It's game 5.
It's
I know.
game 5 of the final.
It's what of the final?
Game 5.
It's game 5, everybody.
Watch out for the racist.
Get excited. Get excited. Game 5. So we'll talk about that. And the World Cup is here. I'm
Right
happy,
now, it's
happy
happening.
that we realized we were behind it by a minute. I was gonna be
Yeah.
pissed if the chat was spoiling the
We're
World Cup
behind it by a minute because Matt paused to identify
flags.
flags.
Why doesn't he just Google flags?
It's a good question.
Has he thought about that? Why didn't he just open up YouTube TV on his own computer and
Good
check it
question.
out there?
Pausing a thing a minute's worth just to look at the flags, that's insane.
It is. I don't like going to people's houses. This is a critique of some people. I think actually some media members. And so I apologize. People who are watching a football game and start pausing it to like rewind it and rewatch plays, don't do that.
Yep.
Or do it on your phone. Like, I assume you have a YouTube TV login. Just do it on your phone. I am not trying to. Maybe that's why I don't go watch games at people's houses.
Yeah, I'm generally against doing house parties or other watch parties with other people because,
What about sausage parties?
well, you never know. I do like to just like sit in my own kingdom and be able to watch a game how I want to watch.
Mhm.
And if that means that I can do some other things and maneuver around the house as I so choose, I shouldn't be judged for that.
Yeah.
Or is this you telling us you watch football naked?
No,
Mhm.
that was a long pause. I did have to think about it though.
Was.
Were you going through like maybe I have?
Well, no, because I'm
Have
thinking
I watched football?
I
Have you
watch
ever
it-
been naked during a football game? 402-951-1620. My
Whoa.
answer is yes.
Here's my take. It's my house. I pay for it. I'm gonna be naked in it if I need to be.
See, I don't like being naked. Just like because
Like I'm
because
not
I feel
chilling.
cold.
I'm not
because of all
chilling.
the cameras in your house.
Yes, but I feel like I have to put a blanket on, and then it defeats the purpose.
Like I'm not chilling naked, right? But like if I have some clothes in the dryer, and it's like, well, go put on the underwear. It's in the dryer.
On a,
Oh
on
yeah,
a,
just walking to get the clothes.
Yeah.
That's
on
not
a
being
similar
naked.
but different note, people like, especially males who eat with their shirts off, I could never do that. Not because I'm like body shaming myself, but it just seems odd. I feel
Only
like I
time
need
I
to
would do
cover
it
up.
is at a swimming pool.
Mm.
I would
Yeah.
never do it in my house though. I'm also not a hangout shirtless kind of guy.
I
Whoa.
was a lot, and then sometime
Sounds right.
around college, I stopped,
You
and I
started
don't
putting
know
your
why.
shirt on.
I have
Maybe-
lounge shirts now.
Maybe Nick, this
lounge.
summer could be the summer of shirtless Nick
Mm.
Whoa, we should start at the College World Series.
I need to have a shirt on.
in the
Yes.
broadcast booth. Then you could do that fun photo, Nick, where you're waving with the
There you
huge
go.
I
hand.
hate
Mhm.
that picture.
I
so
love
What do
much.
you
that
mean?
photo.
Well, because Prudon had it on a weird wide mode setting, and I think I look terrible. I don't like how I look in that. I'm ashamed of my body in that picture.
Oh, that's not
Yeah.
nice, Nick.
And now you're doing it again.
What did I do?
He took a photo of you.
I
Nick.
didn't. I just put it on a really wide lens.
402-951-1620. We would love to hear from you. Text line, you can call us. Of course, that's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can also find us on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, at Josh Tweederson, at Austin 2 Jacobson, at Grim and Nim, or the Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com, and Austin's own personal email. And of course, the YouTube chat, which is popping today.
I love the chat.
Stibbs writes, when I integrated into society, I put clothes on. Quoting Nick just
True.
now.
That's what happened.
Shout out
Also,
to
did
Fan-
you see the Mike Stibbs Memorial Jello Shot Challenge is doing very well already?
Whoa, what happened?
They
I
already
missed
had
this.
1,000 shots bought from one fan for Ole Miss
Oh, that's right. We're calling the
Mhm.
Stibbs thing the
because he
the
passed away. It's so
Yeah.
unfortunate.
R.I.P. I did see that earlier
Yeah.
today. I'm happy for all the content kings out there.
I'm really excited to hopefully get someone to talk about the Mike Stibbs challenge
yeah.
on camera so I can post
Just
that.
ask him. It's very like casually. You
You're like,
know,
what are your personal thoughts on Mike Stibbs? And this
Yeah.
person's from like Texas.
Yeah.
We'll see what they think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you can do a great job. What did you think of Harambe karaoke? You can just ask him these questions. 'Cause
Okay.
people just
Yeah.
start playing like they don't want to feel like idiots. They don't want to be like, what? They'll be like,
Huh?
oh man, really funny.
Yeah.
Or kind of problematic. Maybe
Or-
that's what they would say. It'd be great. Ah, it offended me.
Mhm.
Offended me and my
You're
culture.
like, yeah, well, you know what? I didn't like Harambe karaoke for that reason.
Yep. All right. When we return, I already have 2 emails from people about
Uh-oh.
the NBA Finals. I don't know if I've ever began a show and had immediate emails with takes on the NBA Finals,
I like it.
but we will discuss that when we return. Also, not a soliloquy, but I want to say some things about the College World Series and how it is about to start. So we'll have that as well. And then our good friend Eric Sorensen will join us. It is great to be here on this Thursday. We appreciate all of you for joining us as well. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. A reminder, you can enter online for the 1620 The Zone road trip, which could win you 4 tickets to the Royals-Tigers game on August the 23rd inside the Blue Moon Tap Room and a free parking pass, plus 4 passes to Adventureland, $150 to Early Bird, $10 for a year, and $100 Hy-Vee gift card. You can enter online right now at 1620thezone.com. It is an I Don't Care Thursday.
Whoa.
We have received some I Don't Cares. Bad Takes Doug. I don't care that you, and he followed up and told me this is the generic you, not me personally.
Okay.
I don't care that you won't watch the World Cup or like soccer. Baseball is the most boring sport ever and justifies its relevance by creating stats upon meaningless stats that baseball wonks love to geek out on. Soccer is simply beautiful.
Okay.
I do like geeking out over stats, although baseball is also beautiful.
John writes, here's a third email about the NBA Finals. It's a Thursday, so I don't care. Basketball is a horrible waste of athletic ability and a horrible sport to watch.
Wow. Jeez.
Waste of athletic ability?
That's
Waste.
pretty crazy. I love basketball, and I very much enjoyed watching last night's Game 4.
Did you ever consider not sticking it through?
Definitely not. At the
Okay.
very least.
Because your job is sports?
Well, part of that, but I was also I was doing a podcast during much of the first half as the game kind of got way out of whack. And I was like, wow, this is pretty crazy. But my goal the whole night was going to be after the pod, I'm going to sit down in my basement and I'm going to put the finishing touches on stuff for the College World Series.
Yep.
And so I needed to I was going to just keep doing that, all night long. The funny thing is, it got to a point where it's like, all right, doing less and looking up more. And then the last half of the final quarter, I basically just put my computer aside.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm totally done doing anything. I will get back to it tomorrow. Or I guess I did a little bit else after during Inside the NBA. So no, I didn't think about turning it off. But part of it is that it's like, there's not very many of these games left.
Yeah.
I wasn't like, oh man, I really want to go to bed. Now, if it would have, gone to overtime, then I probably would have moved upstairs and laid down. But
Yeah.
no, I had zero thought. Did you? Because your alarm is a little earlier than mine.
Yeah, so that definitely was a part of it too, because, I mentioned earlier that we took this just erroneous nap in the middle, as soon as we got back. So by the time that we woke up, the first quarter had pretty much wrapped up. And so it looked like the Spurs were just out in front. And I was in a group message with a couple of other guys from Hurdat, and we were talking about the game. And one of them is a huge Knicks fan. And he was just
Rico, how's he doing?
Oh my God. He was just, literally just complaining out of his gourd about the entire thing. And so I finally just got fed up and I texted him back. I was like, hey, games are 4 quarters. There is a chance that things go right for you. And then, of course, it just proceeded to snowball in the worst for him. And I still was like, this game is going to be fine. But I started to do kind of the same thing that I was like, okay, I'll start to look ahead for tomorrow. What else do I need to get prepped? I also was getting ready for just the dumb College World Series stuff that I'm going to do outside of the stadium.
Dumb.
It is. Well, it's just with the tailgate fans.
Okay.
I could drink beer and do stuff. You're actually
must be nice.
Yeah, it must be. The beer is cold and I'm nice, so it must be fun. But yeah, by the middle of the third quarter, it was that weird teeter-totter. And I almost thought about texting you. I wish I would have, because it seemed like you were afraid that I had fallen asleep.
Seriously, I was like, man, I don't know if he's which is not a big deal. Because I figured you would have checked out stuff this morning. I was like, I wonder if he is awake, just because I know that you've been tired.
But I was going to text you, and I was going to mean text you, and I was going to say, this kind of reminds me of the game in the playoffs when a couple years ago, when the Packers got out so far in front of the Cowboys.
Awful.
And the Cowboys started to score a couple times, and the announcers were like, well, maybe they're making it a game. And I was like, that's what it felt like in the middle of the third. And then the Spurs just couldn't score at all.
That was the thing, is it kept happening. Whereas in that Cowboys-Packers game, the Cowboys scored, but it was way too late, and they also stopped, or they couldn't get any stops.
Yeah.
That was incredible. Biggest NBA Finals comeback of all time.
Did the environment make it that much more? Because so here's another part of it too, because I'm keen on this sort of stuff, and maybe John is too. I don't know if you're in as much, because I love the announcer side of it.
Oh yeah.
The fact that Breen, as soon as that miss happened, immediately called it the greatest comeback in NBA final history. I was like, we're talking about Ray Allen shot. We're talking about a lot of other big
But
games.
just if you just go based off of pure points and what they had to overcome, it is the greatest comeback in the history of the NBA Finals. 29 points. And so you start right there, and it's incredible. Some other stats. After 2 quarters, the Spurs were up by 27 points. The largest halftime lead ever by a road team in the NBA Finals. They had made more threes, 14 of them, than the Spurs had made 2-pointers. They had made 11 of them at that point in time. And, it's it's one of those, and Brunson hit on this in the post game when he was with the Inside the NBA guys, where it was basically like they would get, 5, 6, 7 points, and then the Spurs would score. And like they kept doing that. Now he was actually a little off. They got, I think, a couple of runs where it hit like the 10-0 or like a 12-2. Like that was the thing, is when you need a run like that, you need, and Brunson said this too, you need some luck. You need to play really well. But the thing that you most need is you need to get a lot of points in a short amount of time, holding them to few, if not any.
Yeah.
And that happened twice. It happened in the third, because, by the time that the fourth rolled around, I definitely thought, okay, I think that this can be a game that goes down the wire, even though the Spurs immediately then pushed it right back to 20.
Right.
But once they got it below 15, like that was the thing, is like, can they get it into the single digits?
That 6 minute to 3 minute mark of the fourth quarter was all Knicks.
Yeah.
It was just crazy. Like it felt like they weren't even playing a team out there. They were just like going through drills.
I couldn't believe it. And I said this last night on Twitter. There was a point in the fourth quarter where I looked at the clock and I was like, I can't believe there's still 5 minutes left. Because so often in a comeback like this, it's like, oh man, they did all this work, but now there's only 2 minutes to go. But by the time, I think when they made it a 4-point game, there were still 5 minutes. So it's like at that point, forget about anything. If the game is a 4-point game with 5 minutes to go, everything can still happen at that point in time. The only thing you wonder about, I guess, is did you use up too much of your energy getting there? And the obvious answer was no. And if anything, Wemby and all the minutes that he had to play was incredibly tired. He did end up making some big buckets near the end. But dude, like, we have talked about how the Spurs are young and in a way that like really benefits them with the fresh legs and all these things. But last night was one of those rare instances this entire postseason, if not the only instance, where it was just like too big of a moment. Like Wemby, who I think is like as ready for this as any superstar of his age that I can ever remember in sports, let alone in the NBA. When he went to the free throw line late in the game, he looked frightened.
Yes.
Like especially he missed the first one. And when they cut to him and he gets the ball and he like lifts his shoulders and he closes his eyes and he goes,
and before he got the ball, he's pouring, like, I swear from the minute he shot the first and missed it, like 18 more ounces of sweat appeared on him by the next shot. It was insane. And you know what's crazy? So this was something I was going to bring up too, and I'm glad that you started with that, because there has been so much of the discourse, and rightfully so, because of the OG play at one end against De'Aaron Fox, and obviously making the play to tip it and win the game in the final 2 seconds before they, close out and get the victory on the last possession. All of that has kind of been encompassed in that sense. And there hasn't been a lot of talk about like, oh, here was the critical play to get their scoring run going and whatnot. Those 2 missed free throws, I thought, were actually the biggest part of the entire comeback.
It felt like, because at that point, of course you can make 1, extend it, you can make 2, and then you're up by, 2 more points, which I know that's very simple math, but it felt bigger than that. And Dunko, it's a good point. To be fair, the eye closing thing is a part of his free throw routine. That's true. For some reason, that one, and maybe this is just me projecting, right?
Yeah.
Where it's just like, it just looked, whoa, and you're right, with all the sweat just pouring off.
And not
of him.
only that, but it was kind of the same thing I talked a little bit ago earlier too, with just the environment of it all and everything, because when they did this close-up pan of him taking his deep breath and his eyes are closed, in the background isn't just, like Milwaukee guys like drinking beer out of tall glasses or beer bats or
all
something.
The Knicks fans.
It is literally all the Knicks fans, and it's guys and people you recognize, like the Taylor Swifts and everybody else, and you got Spike Lee, and you've got everyone just hanging out, and you can recognize the people in the background. You're like, holy cow, he's probably thinking the same thing I'm thinking.
That was incredible. And by the way, shout out Dunko, who says, I'm a Spurs fan, and Fox and Coach Mitch through that game, I'm miserable, understandably so. And so that's the other component of this too. So you have the Fox play, which I saw a screenshot last night from a Knicks fan when he like first gets the ball. And first of all, how far back OG was. And it's like, okay, I thought in that moment, it happened so fast that it took me a second to realize, why didn't he just, keep dribbling and pull the ball out? But he was also so far out ahead of him. And so like, in a way, I did understand that immediate thought process, but dude, you are a veteran. You've got to take some extra time off the clock.
So I don't want to, be like, oh, I was inside the huddle, because I'm not, right? Yeah. And I have not watched as much of the NBA as many other basketball heads would, whatever. But if you just look at the microcosm of what the series has been, in game 2, they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar trying to run back in transition. Wemby makes a really bad pass. It gets a turnover that eventually leads to the Knicks taking the lead and winning the game.
Yep.
This felt almost entirely similar. This is almost their strategy, right? They're going to run in transition. They're going to score as quickly as they can. You get a bucket and you move on. that's probably what De'Aaron Fox was truly thinking, because that's what they have done not only through this series, but likely throughout their season. So
being up 3 is better than being up 1.
I don't want to make like excuses as to why, but I feel like it is a logical reasoning when you think about it in terms of, well, they have messed up in other key critical moments in this sense because they had rushed forced passes. They had a bad, game plan coming out. Instead of using a timeout when they had the chance at the end of game 2, they run quickly in transition, trying to get a bucket. It doesn't work. Instead of, burning out time and potentially just wasting a couple more seconds to be able to get that last possession off, instead you try to go to the basket and you give the Knicks the last shot.
Email from Steve into the
Steve.
Equitable Bank inbox. He says, Josh, I can write paragraphs describing the colossal meltdown by the Spurs last night and delineate the dumbest plays and the inept coaching by San Antonio. Instead, I'd like to highlight the play of Anunoby. He was remarkable in the fourth quarter. 19 of his 33 points in the final 12 minutes, 6 of 9. Nice. Okay, fine. I'll do it myself. From field goal, 5 of 7 from 3, 2 of 2 from the free throw line. What he did in 9 seconds, or 9 of the 11 and a half seconds remaining in the game was statuesque, blocking Fox's layup, and then with 2.1 seconds hitting the winning tip shot. I was ecstatic. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that historic NBA championship game. Go Knicks. That play, watching that live, the ball leaves Brunson's hand, and I saw him cutting in there. And so I'm watching, I'm going, oh my gosh. Not even about the ball, but more, he is there if the ball finds his arms. And I've seen a bunch of replays like from the ground, from like camera phones and everything, and how far he jumps and how far behind him the basketball is. And that he was able, like he said last night, his first thought was like dunking it. He's like, I can't do that though. I have to tip it in. And I mean, one of the more ridiculous plays. And
in the simple fact that Hart messed that up a few moments before in like a more open sequence.
Correct. And then that Wemby was out on Brunson. And so like that allowed it. First of all, he's not there defending the rim, and he completely cuts. I couldn't believe that Fox isn't on him in that moment, because he's on him when he's inbounding. And so he's just able to go right through there. And yeah, there's some conversation too in the chat about the 3-pointers. All of those that the Knicks took, or that the Spurs took. That was the thing, like the run when it first is happening, and when like you just, that kind of first rush of a comeback, I always love looking back at that, where it's like we all focus on the very end when it's like, and then they made the play that took the lead, or
but
they made
how
the
did
play.
it start?
How did it start? And it starts because the Spurs just keep chucking them, and it reminded me of the Knicks comeback against the Celtics last year in Game 1, especially Game 2 of the Eastern semis as well, but particularly Game 1, where it's like, I understand that this is how you got here because they were on fire in the first half. But like at a certain point, don't you got to change it up just a little bit? And don't you? But again, a young team, they're going to make mistakes. Like I think this is only going to fuel them, and Wemby in particular. But they just made a lot of mistakes along the way, but especially in the front end that allowed for everything to happen after that.
I don't know, the way everything is kind of cooking out right now, it does kind of, and not in the same sense, but like the way that this is a decade ago, so this is definitely the prime of my like NBA watching career when I was in high school and everything. But the way that those prime Big Three Thunder felt, right? They go to their first finals, they 100%, lose, and then I if I remember right, I think they were up in the series and then ended up just
they were up
losing.
1-0, and then they got
so then they got swept the rest of the way. So not entirely the same, but
we did say after that, they're going to be here forever.
Exactly, right? And
it's a great point.
It does kind of feel the same because we have already placed a very tall crown on Victor Wembanyama and already given him so much praise. And trying to get the interview with him about 7'5", but I mean, regardless of all of that, I don't know that he's handled this situation well at all. Every single time he talks in a post-game press conference, I'm always just shocked that that's what he chose to say. Like he doesn't. There's a lot of times where, and again, it's probably youth, it's probably everything else, but he's been playing essentially professional basketball for a long time.
More than 3 years he's been in the NBA.
More than a lot of the college age guys that are coming out of the NBA have played even college basketball when they come into the NBA in this upcoming draft or in years past. And you feel like he should be, I don't want to say more mature or anything like that, but just be aware of the moment in which you were in. Again, like the 0-2 comments where he was like, oh, this is a place I'd love to be because, Mamba mentality, all that other stuff. And then yesterday just being like, I mean, just to say it, like we didn't play very well and passing blame, doing everything else. It just feels very odd that like this is the type of like, I guess, demeanor he wants to go with.
Well, and it comes off the first half when he was talking a lot of trash, you know, and rightfully so. In the moment they were going up by 30, like he's not thinking that, we're going to blow this game, but he was talking a lot of noise. I thought that they were in the heads of the Knicks. That is a game that I will never forget because it's something I've never seen before. We've never seen before because the comeback has never been that large in the NBA Finals. And like there was a lot of crazy plays at the end. We've hit on a few of them, 2 more that we have not talked about. The Josh Hart missed layup where he obviously was caught in between he wanted to dunk, but he was too far away. And then, I think he was worried
Very
about the defender.
Ewing-esque almost.
Yeah, seriously.
Very,
It's
very
during the
similar.
commercial, because I saw a
Yeah.
tweet comparing it to that. And so I went and looked up the finger roll that he had in 95 that he missed. That the Brunson 3 over Wemby, is going to kind of get forgotten amongst this because there were so many crazy plays
You mean
after
the
that.
final shot? Or
No. The one
okay.
that made it a 1-point
Yes, okay,
game
yeah.
was ridiculous because he comes out on him on the wing and you're just thinking, is he going to block it? What's going to happen? And he has to arc it over him.
Yeah.
Incredible. An absolutely incredible basketball game.
Oh yeah, and I was thinking about this last night once the game kind of wrapped up, and they did a long post game from MSG, which rightfully so, they should. But it was very funny to me that you're like, man, it would be so cool, the Knicks now have all this momentum and stuff, and I just go to San Antonio. It's almost so deflating. You're like, oh, now the finals go back there.
Seriously, you went from, and I literally the thing that I had written down last night was, are the Knicks cooked? You're just wondering, how are they going to be able to get back up off the mat? Not only losing, because it seemed like they were heading towards just an absolute beatdown.
Yeah.
And it's how do they do that? And, you're going to guarantee a 6 game. Will they return to New York City down 3-2 after how they looked? 2 more things for you. The Knicks have led by 12 plus points in every single game of this series.
I saw that. Yeah.
They trail 3-1. Did I say the Knicks? The Spurs have led by 12 plus. The Spurs have also led in the final 2 minutes of all 4 games, and they trail 3-1.
That's haunting stuff.
Yeah.
Truthfully.
Yeah.
Because then you even go, when you get into your preseason and offseason stuff, and you're setting up your motivating stuff for the next season, you start to think to yourself, you're like, okay, what are the margins that we need to get better at? It's like, well, you did everything you needed to. You had double-digit leads at halftime. You had double-digit leads heading into fourth quarter.
They had a double-digit lead immediately last night.
You had 2 point. You had a lead going into the final 2 minutes of a critical juncture of the game. All of that, and yet you still lost 3 of those games.
Yeah, Breen, when they cut it to 9, he's like, "This is the first time it's been under 10 points this early in the first quarter." And it's like, wow, because I think it got to 12-2. It was immediately because Cat, had the foul trouble after the challenge and everything. Incredible basketball game. And so game 5 will happen on Saturday. Knicks looking for their first championship since 1973. Selfishly, I hope that it goes back to a game 6. A, I want to see it close out at MSG. And B, I would get to watch that game.
We also we have potential too that there's a chance that old Vic Wembanyama could not be playing in another one of these games if he gets one more flagrant.
That is true, because he has 3 flagrant foul points. So no matter what kind of flagrant, if he picks one up, he would then be out for the next game. 402-951-1620. What a basketball game last night. What a basketball game. We're going to have Eric Sorensen, dear friend, join us coming up at the bottom of the hour. I want to talk a little College World Series with you. We will do that when we return. Austin Jacobson hanging out from Herd at Sports. He's been with us all week long. We very much appreciate it. I'm Josh Peterson. Nick Grimm is here as well.
Hi, Nick.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. But first, the soccer tournament of great significance has started. We are watching it right now. And if you download the Underdog app and you put in our promo code 1620 The Zone, you can score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. And in this soccer tournament of great significance, 104 matches. The first match is underway right now. Goals, assists, shots on target, so much more. Go higher or lower on those. And how about this? Anyone who plays automatically entered for a shot at $25 million. 25 people would walk away with $1 million each if the United States wins it all. Again, download the app, put in that promo code 1620 The Zone, and score those $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Underdog, make picks, and win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org. Welcome back on Sportsmanlike Conduct here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. This week's half-off deal is with Stories Coffee Company. 5 $10 vouchers for just $25 to Stories Coffee Company. More details can be found online right now at 1620thezone.com. Eric Sorensen, D1 Baseball Stitchhead, is going to be joining us in our very next segment in the studio.
Whoa.
What a time
Huge.
to be alive. We'll preview the 2026 Men's College World Series. We have spoken this week a lot about the new teams, the new faces that we are going to see. And I was thinking about it this morning, Austin, just how different college sports have looked. You know, I know we talk about it all the time off the field. And in a way that I think people are obviously very frustrated by, right? Like, this is changing, and, you know, a team wants a gambler to play and all these types of things. But it's pretty crazy, and dare I say, I think pretty cool, how much has changed on the field. I know that, like, we have a lot of Southern flair yet again here in Omaha. This is not a, wow, and then USC and Michigan and Ohio State baseball made it. Like, we're not going into that crazy of a territory, but 23 different programs in 24 spots over the course of the last 3 series is, in my opinion, I mean, that's pretty wild to have that level of, I mean, do we call it parity? It certainly feels like it to me. 3 different champions in college football. Now, they're all coming from the same conference, but I mean, different levels of school, right? Where you have like the team in Ohio State that always spends all this money. You have Michigan, a team that I thought honestly couldn't really compete at that level anymore for a variety of reasons. And then, of course, the upstart Indiana. You have different champions in basketball, and now you have this in baseball. And again, sometimes I try to force myself to take a step back and just talk about the things or watch the things or appreciate the things that are happening in the sport and not around the sport. And I couldn't help but think about that as we get, you know, not even 24 hours away now from game number 1.
Yeah, and you know, it is interesting and something I hadn't even considered until you started to kind of go off that list, just including college football. If you look down the list of some other college sports, this is what makes the College World Series, college baseball, a little bit kind of unique and fun for the past few years. Volleyball has consistently had really the same kind of routine champions or routine teams that you usually see. And of course, this past season was a little bit more of a shocker because one of those teams was upset. And then, of course, A&M makes its run. You think of college basketball and you're like, okay, yeah, we always want to see the underdog. But even this past year, a little bit maybe more parity. But at the end of the day, it was still kind of a team that you can recognize and kind of go with. And women's college basketball is kind of the same way, too. I mean, UCLA obviously won it, but it's kind of the same names that you've seen year in and year out. South Carolina. You can also throw, obviously, UConn in there, too. It is nice in college baseball that when we get to the cream of the crop at the very top, we have a field that makes it very, very unique and fun because, and I know, obviously, Eric's going to talk about this here in a moment. It's what we've talked about all week as well. But the fact that you have a 30-loss team that has a chance to be kind of, you know, rooting around and make a weekend of it and see how long that Troy can be here too. And you throw the SEC blanket over on top of it. People are going to have different rooting interests all over the place. And I think it makes it fun, right? That you can find different avenues in which you want to find your rooting interest for, especially if you're local here.
Yeah, Matthew says, have you guys mentioned it's the first College World Series without a Florida or California team in a half century? I think we hit on that on Monday. That is, I mean, talk about something that is like, whoa.
Yeah.
You know, you grow up and like even watching the end of the North Carolina USC series over the weekend, and they kept showing that stat of like, what's at stake? North Carolina, first time in this amount of years. But for USC to see that, you know, the first time Nebraska makes it in 2001, that's the last time USC makes it. And USC is this historic power, all these national championships, and yet they have not been here in now a quarter of a century.
Yeah.
You know, imagine saying that to somebody in 2001, like, yeah, and this is going to be it now. You'd be like, what? Why?
I mean, you're telling me that, and I'm kind of new to the college baseball scene. I'm trying to, you know, get a bit more ingrained into it, especially over the past few years of living in Omaha, how important college baseball is here. I did not know that USC is like this perennial power.
You wouldn't.
Exactly. And there was no part of me who's just turned 29 years old that we would be like, yeah, USC is one of these best teams that you always have to be on the lookout for. And I even remember how big of a deal that Nebraska beat USC in that home series. And people were like, this is a really big deal. It's like, was it? Like, I don't know it as that, but yeah, I mean, you're right.
Historically, it certainly is. All right, when we return, Eric Sorensen is going to join us in the studio. We will get ready for the series, which again starts in not even 24 hours. We'll talk about the matchups, the storylines, and so much more with Eric when we return here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. So happy to welcome right now in the studio our favorite stitch head from D1Baseball.com. It is Eric Sorensen. Eric, good afternoon. How are you?
Great, man. Great. I love coming back to Omaha. This is the first time I've been in studio with you guys, so I can see all of the rock and roll memorabilia out in the waiting area. No, this is really cool. This is a good place. It's nice and spacious. Usually on places I've gone to radio shows, it's been like closets. I know this isn't a huge space, but it's bigger than in most ones I've been to, believe it or not.
Well, if you stop by next summer, I think we're going to have an even bigger studio. So be a little bit more comfortable.
Just for you, too.
Yeah. We told the bosses. We said we need a big one just for Eric.
Okay, then I'm not raising my appearance fees for you guys. So that's perfect. That'll work well.
Eric, we were just talking about it right before you came in here, that now over the course of the last 3 years, 23 different schools filling up 24 different spots. Only North Carolina, who made it in 24, will have been here twice in the last 3 seasons. Why, in your opinion?
I think it's really kind of cool, actually, guys. I mean, granted, it's kind of twofold for me. One, I'm glad that there's so much diversity of teams making it to Omaha. That's, as a kid, when I grew up here, that's what it was like. I've probably said it on your show before. As a kid, teams from literally Maine to Hawaii to University of Miami, they all came in. I love that. But at the same time, all 8 teams this year have Southern accents, and I just kind of wish it'd be a little bit more spread out. Like last year, we had 3 teams from the West, which I'm sort of happy about because I live in Los Angeles now. But yeah, it's still kind of the same part of the country that's dominating. It's just different teams. I'm a little conflicted, but I do like the fact that it has had so much diversity the last few years.
Do you see that as just from this year's microcosm? Is that like a trend moving in college baseball? Is that recruiting hotbeds or anything just with how the sport has changed, even with college athletics movement?
I think it's kind of is. And the other thing I probably should mention is it's cool that in this era of the NIL and money being everything, and I that's part of the sport now is, big money schools being able to pay the most. You still have teams like, Murray State last year, Troy this year, Oral Roberts a few years ago. So, yeah, I think that's another cool facet of our sport, that it's still pretty diverse. It's not like football where the biggest, the strongest, the fastest are going to be in. It's always, Ohio State, it's Alabama, it's Clemson. So, yeah, I love that about our sport, that it's kind of got that diversity. I'd like to see you even spread out a little bit more. And I hope like teams in the Big Ten start making more inroads into the College World Series.
Eric Sorensen joining us, D1Baseball.com. He'll be here over the course of the next week and a half as college baseball gets ready to crown their national champion. I was thinking about questions that I have for this year's series and what's going to unfold, and like the biggest question that I look forward to seeing answered. And I think it is what will happen with Georgia and home runs, given what we saw a week ago and what normally happens at this ballpark. So I guess I'm asking you a two-parter here. What's the biggest question that you have? And also, how do you think that one is going to be answered with the Bulldogs?
Okay, actually, because my biggest we're in cahoots, man. Because my biggest question was about Georgia itself, not the home runs, which got the sheet in front of me, 174 on the year, which is insane. To me, after watching what I saw last week, I thought, is Georgia going to bring any pitching with them? Because I know they won 2 very impressive games against Mississippi State, but Mississippi State bludgeoned their pitching staff. They scored seemingly at will almost. So my biggest thing is going to see, all right, Georgia's offense is great. It's prolific. They don't have, Georgia plays in a bandbox of a field. Let's face it. I think right field is 305 feet. Even I could probably make that home run. But, the way Omaha, the way the state, I almost said TD Ameritrade, the way the stadium said Charles Schwab,
Chuck box,
the Chuck box, the way it sits, a lot of times the winds come from the south blowing right into home plate. So it knocks down a lot of home runs. So I'm interested in seeing that, just like you brought up. But I'm also interested in seeing if Georgia has the pitching, other than Cade Naoki last week, who was really sharp. Their pitching was pretty wobbly. And I'm going to be interested to see how they do going up against a team like Texas, or if they play against Alabama or Oklahoma.
There's been the SEC side of it, but North Carolina has a lot of my interest because of obviously the dramatic way that they win and they're super regional, taking down USC, the way USC probably could be in this spot, it was just right there. But which of these teams, and maybe it is North Carolina, had that sense of the flair for the dramatic throughout the year that maybe gives them that extra edge? Because it feels like there's been a lot of those high drama, high stakes moments in Omaha the past few years.
Yeah, Austin, you hit it on the head, because I was kind of the same way. I was all ready for USC to be here, and I'd been kind of on USC's bandwagon all season because they had such a great pitching staff. and people weren't giving them their due, I thought, as far as ranking them and stuff. But North Carolina, the way they came back, we're used
Incredible.
we're used to some painful super regional finals, and that had to be one of the worst. Is just the way USC was 4 outs away from making it to Omaha for the first time in a million years. But yeah, I'm kind of looking, and at the same time, I kind of got a feeling for, it was kind of the first time I'd seen North Carolina all year, and boy, their pitching was really impressive. They kept them in games and kept it to where they had a chance to make that dramatic finish. So that's a team I'm really zeroing in on. I think they are my favorite coming out of the left side of the bracket. I think it's going to come down to them and West Virginia. If you ask me, we'll see. Things happen crazy in Omaha, but North Carolina has to be considered a favorite, even though they kind of struggled a little on offense. But their pitching's really good, and they showed that last week.
And they've gotten so close before. I mean, we're coming out on 20 years ago. This year and next year is when they played for the championship series back in the mid 2000s. Eric Sorensen joining us. Do you think that they're going to go with Jason DeCaro tomorrow night? Like, he was a monster in Game 2.
Yeah.
Farron was on the call for that one, and he'll be hanging out with us over the course of the next week for Westwood 1. And I texted him after that game, just like, what on earth? Like, that was an insane performance in a do-or-die game.
It was, and they should. Yeah, I mean, him and Glauber did a great job against USC the next day, even though I don't think he got the win, obviously, because he wasn't in at the end. But yeah, DeCaro is he's on fire, man. And I wouldn't want to face him. I think they got to go with him as the guest on that. And North Carolina, but any way they go, North Carolina's, team ERA is in the top 10. They're high quality pitching. And Josh, kind of what you're saying, like from 20 years ago, ever since Coach Fox and them came close twice to win a national, I've been on their bandwagon. I've been seriously, I'd like to see them win. It wouldn't kill me to see them eliminate everybody this week and win the national title. So I've kind of been on their bandwagon ever since, just for their fans. It's just a painful memory that they have, and they've had such good teams over the years. So let's hope they bust through. That'd be great to see them bust through this week.
So on the Big 12 side, obviously West Virginia makes it through. How battle tested are they? Because I think that they're kind of the national story. Everyone got so in love with Country Roads. Everyone wants to hear them sing and have Morgantown come into Omaha and kind of storm the place. But just looking back through some of their postseason, even into that Big 12 tournament, it's not like they've played Murderer's Row by any means, and they do get Troy first. So is that an advantage for them, or do you feel like that's going to catch up to them?
A little bit of an advantage, but I still think, anything can happen in the College World Series. You guys know that hell better than I practically, but I really like West Virginia's team. I think they're really balanced as far as like their pitching is number 7 in the country, team ERA. Their hitting is in the top 20 in batting average. So I really like their combo of just being balanced, and having Max Yell, the All-American, on the mound is going to help that too. So yeah, they might get a little bit of advantage taking to face Troy. No offense against Troy. And if Troy wins the national championship, I'd love to see him put it into my face. But it's just one of those things, like we talked about some of those teams like Murray State and Oral Roberts. None of them really won a game. Stony Brook, they didn't win a game when they were here. So I don't see Troy making a Fresno State type of run. And it does kind of help West Virginia a little bit, kind of get their feet wet getting here and playing a team that hasn't been here before either. So I think that's kind of a little bit of an advantage for West Virginia.
Eric Sorensen joining us. So on the other side of that, you have a team that's never been there. Texas has been there the most of any of these teams. This is going to be their 39th appearance. It's so interesting, like reading the quotes, whether it's from Schlossnagel, whether it's the quotes from the players, like where there are going to be teams that we'll see that are just like, this is their end-all be-all. They made it to Omaha. They're not approaching it that way at all with Texas. No. And Schloss, in particular, he's been in the College World Series so many times. He's now the 4th coach to make it with 3 different programs. And this is a university that hasn't won a championship since 2005. Like, I wonder what you think this has done for him, making it back to another one, first time with Texas, and like what's at stake for him, given that he has done this, but he hasn't done the ultimate thing.
Yeah. It's kind of like with North Carolina. I'm rooting for Jim Schlossnagel too. Been here a million times, hasn't quite worked out for him. I still weird not to see him wearing purple. No offense, Coach Schloss, but him in burnt orange is just strange. But it kind of shows that he's a kick-ass coach. I mean, he's been everywhere he goes. He's won and brought his teams to Omaha. And this year's team, I just think this year's team is different because we're used to seeing Texas pitching and defense. They always have that. We're not used to seeing them hitting as well as they are, and having a team that hit, I want to say over 100 home runs this year. We're not used to seeing that from Texas. We're usually seeing them play more station to station, but this is the Jim Schlossnagel effect. He's bringing in the better offense that he's that he's used to bringing in. And yeah, I just think it's one of these times. It's just a matter of time for Jim Schlossnagle. I don't know if there's any pressure on him to win. If he just getting back to Omaha is going to, the fans at Texas appreciate that. I know they're going to demand a national championship here soon, so he might as well try and win it now. But I think it's just a great Jim Schlossnagle story. That's the way I look at Texas this year, and they're having more of an offensive team.
I'm kind of on the Alabama train a little bit. I'm trying to find a team to start rooting for. They've got a Nebraska kid with Tyler Fay from Grand Island.
Tyler Fay, that's
and that first matchup with Oklahoma is so interesting. I guess my main question just about the Tide is, do they have enough pitching to get through a full week and a half?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, in fact, looking at number 15 in the country in team ERA, I think their pitching's fine. I'm really looking forward to seeing Fay pitch. I haven't seen him pitch. I know he had that no-hitter earlier this year, so I'm looking forward to that. And I knew he was a Nebraska native, so that's cool. That's a good storyline. But the thing that bothers me about Alabama is, and it's not always about offense when you get here, but their offense is number 255 in the country. And their batting average kind of got a bony-armed offense, but they also have Justin LeBron, a player I haven't seen. I have full disclosure, I have not seen Alabama this year, so I really look forward to seeing him play, and I really look forward to seeing Justin LeBron, who's going to be top 10 pick at the shortstop position here in the draft next month. So that's a team I'm kind of looking to see if they're going to put it together offensively. This is not a great place to try and to find your bats. That's for sure. Omaha is not a good place to be struggling. So let's see how that works out. That's kind of my main thing with them.
Eric Sorensen, Stitchhead, D1Baseball.com, joining us right now as we get ready for the 2026 Men's College World Series. Speaking of D1 Baseball, your colleague there, Bradley Smart, had a really interesting story earlier this week, how the 8 College World Series teams were built, all sorts of numbers, how many of them they recruited out of high school, how many were transfers, how many came up from the lower levels, including junior colleges. I wonder your takeaway from the roster construction of these teams as you look at them, because, I mean, I guess mine would just be, there's a lot of ways to skin a cat here. You don't have to just do it one way or the other.
That's right. It's kind of a reflection, Josh, of our sport nowadays, of college sports.
Sure.
Everybody's transferring, everybody gets butthurt, and they decide, well, I'm going to leave here because it's not working out, or I'm not getting enough playing time. And I hate that about modern college sports. That's just, mainly because I'm a huge Creighton fan. I'm a huge Creighton basketball and baseball fan, and I've seen some of their best players leave to go to other places now, and that's where it hits home with me. And again, it's kind of ruled by money, how much you can spend on buying players to come in. So that's kind of a drag of the sport. I actually think that's an interesting article that Bradley wrote, though, and it is kind of interesting to see how things look nowadays. In fact, the other day, I took one of these stat sheets for Georgia. I knew Georgia had just mostly transfers. And so I decided to go through the roster and write in red ink where these different players were from. And it's like everybody on the offense, I think 8 of the 9 guys are transfers. Most of the pitching staff is from somewhere else. So yeah, that's just kind of the day and age we're living in. It's not sexy. It's not fun to me. It's kind of like, if they don't get their way at one place, they're going to go someplace else. Or if you're a mid-major, it's kind of like a tryout. You hit, 350 at Creighton or someplace like that. Okay, now I'm going to go someplace, as a power 4 and see how I can do there. And a lot of times, sometimes it works out, obviously, a Daniel Jackson at Georgia or something, like that. But there's often times, too, where I look at guys on a roster and I'm like, oh, yeah, that guy was at Fresno State last year. He's hardly played this year at this school. It's like really weird how sometimes those things work out and how sometimes they're not the right move. But that's the world we live in now.
Sure.
I know you've mentioned a lot of names so far, and kind of piggybacking off of that question, too. What are some of those guys that are maybe, I don't want to use the phrase under the radar because that's the easy, catchphrase to use, but those guys that are maybe prospects or guys that maybe some of the major league teams are looking at that could make a name for themselves this week? Yeah,
I mean, obviously the one I mentioned a minute ago was Justin LeBron at Alabama. Hasn't hit great this year. Interested to see how he'll do. Daniel Jackson winning the Triple Crown in the SEC. That's pretty insane to do. And actually 2 guys for Texas that I got a chance to see on TV, but I hadn't seen in person, as Anthony Pack and Aiden Robbins, their top 2 hitters. Pack is a freshman hitting the best at, hitting 370 something for Texas. That's pretty insane to do as a freshman playing against SEC competition. They're still in the Southwest Conference to me.
Yep.
Screw
Yep.
that. Oklahoma's in the Big 8. Screw that. But no, so seeing those guys play for me, actually, probably for the first time for most of these guys that I'm going to see, I'm really looking forward to. And Gavin Kelly's another guy at West Virginia. I have to mention he might be the top pick next year in the MLB draft, is what I'm told. I'm not. I think he's hitting 380 something, and I saw him at the Big 12 tournament this year, and he's just he's an exciting player, electric player to see. So I look forward to seeing how he does here in Omaha.
Eric, before we let you go, you mentioned the Big Ten. Like, I did want to ask you about the conference missing out on another College World Series after like a great regular season. You know, UCLA's wire to wire #1, and then they go out like they do, and it really could have been 2 in Q.
Yeah.
USC, who we're watching them in the regular season, they're piling up a lot of wins, but not a whole lot of quote unquote good wins or quad 1 wins, and then they go on a nice tear in the tournament. Oregon, it seems like they're going to be a first timer very soon, to get into Omaha. And of course, we know about Nebraska here. What did you think of the league having the season they did, but not sending anyone to Omaha?
Yeah, it was tough. It's kind of one of those things where you almost assumed UCLA was going to be there. And I saw a bunch of their games this year. I was really shocked that something just wasn't right at the end of the year. The last 3-4 weeks of the season, they just weren't dominant as they had been. But I will say this, guys, as far as the Big Ten goes, like some of the traditional Big Ten teams, well, I know Nebraska's not a traditional Big Ten, but from that footprint of the Big Ten, we saw Nebraska play really well this year, hosted a regional. We saw Michigan come close to getting an at-large. Purdue came close to getting an at-large as well. Iowa has had really good teams over the years. I just think it's gotten better as far as the traditional Big Ten teams. I think they're inching up better and better, and I think the addition of the 4 West Coast teams has kind of forced their hand a little bit. They've got to get better. And I think they have. And I think they've made some good coaching hires over the years. So I can see a future of where the Big Ten is represented by a couple of teams here. And you mentioned, Oregon being in the super regionals 3 times. They've been really close. It's like them and them and East Carolina are the 2 teams I want to see make it to Omaha because they've been so close. So yeah, I think the Big Ten's improved. And I think they're going to keep improving, and I like seeing that.
Eric Sorensen, D1Baseball.com. We got a text from Jeremy that says, Sorensen is awesome. And then he quotes you, kick-ass, butt hurt, and wanting North Carolina to win, LOL. Oh, man. Well, we always enjoy catching up with you, Eric. I imagine we'll see you down at the OBV when we're all sweaty and gross over the course, smelling like sunscreen over the course of the next week and a half or so. Appreciate you stopping by the studio. Enjoy your annual pilgrimage to Omaha.
A quick shout-out to Pivovard at Stadium View. I got my 84 and 85 College World Series programs added to my correct collection. I think I only have a few more to go. So
let's go. That is awesome.
And thanks for having me on, guys. I love this.
Thanks, absolutely. Eric Sorensen, D1Baseball.com. More to come as we roll on. We have Adam Rittenberg coming up in a half hour here on 1620 The Zone. Thanks again to Eric Sorensen, D1Baseball.com, for stopping by in the studio, talking some ball with him. 88. Kevin, or
Kevin.
7, writes, do more live with Eric. He's effing great.
Thanks, 7.
I would agree. He is
That's fun.
He is a really good time.
Cool. It's nice to have a guest in studio.
It is nice. We will have Adam Rittenberg joining us in about 20 minutes. Talk some college football with him. Not in studio. Famously not in studio, but he will join us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Also, 1620 The Zone and Arby's teaming up for the Summer Sizzle giveaway. We had a taste test Wednesday with them yesterday. A lovely time. They'll also be on site by our booth and in the OBV, handing out coupons on Saturday from 11 to 1. So stop by, see Mike and Matt and Arby's. Shout out to them. You can go to 1620thezone.com, enter now, and make this your tastiest summer.
It's a dream rotation.
Yeah, it really is a dream rotation. This is going to be 100 days to college football. Now, we've already started the segment, so we don't have to play the open because I forgot to tell Nick that it was going to be 100 days to college football. So it's my problem.
Did you hear that from him?
Nick made a mistake earlier with the podcast, so now I can make a mistake. It's okay, Nick. It's not a huge deal.
I haven't made a mistake all week.
Wow. Well, we'll see about that.
Whoa.
Don't say a bad word or something.
Oh.
We'd hate to have to edit it out of the podcast.
No.
Again. Exactly.
We don't need another time. Like, you remember you said that one slur?
I did?
Whoa. Why do you always go with slurs?
Yeah,
why can't
why
it
is
just be
it
like
slur?
a cuss word?
Yeah.
Why can't it just be like he said the F word? You're always like, yeah, he said the,
I didn't say which
He
slur.
called those people, that word.
Whoa, I would
Nick,
never.
you can't say those people, Nick.
Yeah, come on, Nick.
That's almost as bad as the slur. Trey Taylor picked up his 5th star yesterday. That
Yep.
was yesterday. It's been a busy week.
He had a funny noise when he got it, too.
Yeah?
In the interview. He just went, oh!
I'm not going to say whether the noise was funny or not.
It was funny.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is what I think.
Yeah.
Nick, any thoughts? No thoughts.
Sorry,
from
I
Nick?
didn't hear what you said. I
No,
was editing.
I was asking if you had any Trey Taylor thoughts. So the joke was no thoughts.
No
thoughts.
I can share thoughts, though.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So here's my question for you. And this is kind of a big picture existential crisis kind of a question.
Whoa.
How hyped is he going to be? I asked this question because I find it interesting. I find it interesting because of how much things have changed around here over the last few years. Or really, you keep calling me Unc. So let's just go since I've been on the radio.
Yeah.
My first season covering Nebraska football on the radio was 2014. I turned 26 that season. It was Bo Pelini's last season. And at that time, we were still, I thought, like the fumes of the Bill Callahan recruiting apparatus were still in the ether, in that we really cared about recruiting. Like, it was super important. And then Mike Riley got hired and things were like totally back to the point where we would come on the show and be like, Nebraska needs to recruit better. They need more 4 and 5 stars. And then,
Nebraska.
And then old heads are like, it's about developing, and I only want walk-ons. One time I had the gall to say a recruit who gets a scholarship offer is better than a walk-on at football. No. And some guy's like, how can you say that? Because they got offered a scholarship, you idiot. And so like the battle lines were drawn at that moment in time where it was like, you're a recruiting guy or you're not. And so like people really cared. We had multiple recruiting people on our show every week. We talked about official visitors like all season long, like that. It was something people really cared about. And then for a variety of reasons, things have changed, right? Like the transfer portal has really started taking over. Nebraska, for the most part, hasn't really been in these kind of recruiting conversations anymore. Dylan Raiola was a big name, but he was such a late addition to the class that you didn't really get to participate in some of the fun that would have come with that, really, like you are right now with Trey Taylor, right? And so the other part that's happened is Nebraska football has really struggled. And so, again, a little over a decade ago, Keyshawn Johnson Jr. commits, which remember that name? Or Tristan Jebian. It's like, this guy is going to be the guy that helps Nebraska football get over the top.
I was a Patrick O'Brien.
Patrick O'Brien, friend of the program, Patrick O'Brien. We rolled in here on a Saturday afternoon to record the interview. Like, that's how long ago this was. It
POB, baby.
Very much a pre-COVID.
I call him Pob.
He calls him Pob. I don't know why that made me laugh so
Thanks,
hard.
Nick.
That's what I'm here for.
And so those types of players were always like, what can they do at Nebraska? How good can they be at Nebraska? I think we did that for Dylan Raiola. And yet I have sensed not really happening as much now with Trey Taylor. Now, so a few things, and I sorry, I don't mean to give you so many words and sentences before you say a whole lot here about this question. But I perhaps don't participate in maybe the circles of the Husker internet that are probably doing these types of things, right? That are getting really hyped about recruits. I'm sure it's out there. I just don't see it as much like I used to when I was, 10, 12 years younger. The other thing, and this is where I think it's the biggest, the program hasn't been very good. And so people have been burned so many times by Patrick O'Brien or a Tristan Gebbia, and even an Adrian Martinez. Dylan Raiola is the latest, where now I very much sense this like skepticism to a degree that it's like in the old days, it was, yeah, he probably won't be very good, or yeah, but he'll probably, transfer away. Whereas some people are like, yeah, he's not even going to end up at Nebraska. Like it's gotten so far into that area, to which now brings me all the way back to my question. How hyped is he going to be, in your opinion? Is there going to be that level of old school fervor about him? Or are we as a fan base, as a media, as observers, are we so jaded now that it's not that everybody is glass half empty, but that is almost the now common majority opinion?
Well, don't forget there's a third part of it that also affects you, because in this local part, it is also that extra part of, oh, look at the kids who got out and didn't come to Nebraska, because obviously it was Keegan Johnson, it was the Bellevue West kids that, ended up going out. And then obviously Zane Flores, who ended up at Oklahoma State, all of these sort of characters that were great Nebraska preps players that went on to have, varying success when it came to where they went for college football. Trey Taylor being inside of the state's borders now do put everything that you talked about that you naturally avoided, right? You weren't looking up recruiting sites. You weren't doing all that sort of stuff. Even if you were like, okay, well, I'll take a peek, see where the class is, all that sort of stuff. Now it's on your local news channel. Now it is going to be when you get into bed on Friday nights, you can watch the 10 p.m. news and you will be able to watch Trey Taylor highlights.
Well, I really am, Unc.
You are. And then when you wake up at 5 a.m., so that way you can watch the sunrise with your black coffee, you'll watch him a second time. But that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that
he's going to be local now.
The fervor is going to get much higher, because even in the pockets of the state that are not the capital city nor the metro, he will still be covered because he is the local character. If Millard South somehow plays Kearney High School or Grand Island High School in like a postseason, it gets a little bit further out to central Nebraska, and you can understand how like
97.7.
The fervor then continues to grow a little bit more. There's more local coverage. There's, the Sean Callahans, the Robin Washits, the Michael Brunses, the Brian Christophersons, who can drive down the road of their homes and go watch a 5-star quarterback inside of their state that's committed to Nebraska. That is unheralded and unheard of so far in the recruitment era, the hype era, the NIL era, all of this sort of stuff, right? And I think that to answer your question and what you originally asked me, because you gave me a lot of words, so I'll give you some.
Yeah.
I think that, yes, it is unique, and I think we will reach a fever pitch at some point. But I fear that the fever pitch may go a different direction, because I'm not suggesting that they're not going to be great, that Millard South and Trey Taylor aren't going to be fantastic, whatever. But the Millard South conversation got well out of hand last year because a lot of great Millard South players did not go to Nebraska. So now Nebraska fans have a reason to be like, oh, look, it's this team that had a lot of great Division I players from last year, that now we get to watch them this year, and we have a rooting interest in them now. Last year's team was an all-time team. If Trey Taylor and Antavius Ellis do not put up, 42 points in the first quarter, will people be like, are they chopped? Are they not great? Chopped means, they're not good. I don't know.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, no, I was like, did he mean to say cooked?
No problem, Unc. Just trying to help you out. But again, that is part of the conversation. And unfortunately for them, they did not know that entering into this local conversation, but it is part of it. And I don't think that will naturally become a part of it. But you do have to ask and wonder that, because, we're sitting in the middle of June talking about high school and Nebraska football. That, listen, there's going to be an immense amount of pressure. They will likely meet that because they are two of the top prospects in all of the country, not just here in Nebraska. But man, that pressure sometimes can be so focused, especially here in the state.
So Wazy4, who I'm pretty sure is an Ohio State fan, says it's more about history of the failed 5-stars, just not a Nebraska thing. It's shocking that Taylor is hedging his future here. So let's put his second sentence aside. Okay. I don't think it's more about history of failed 5-stars. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think the majority of this place is like so granular where it's like, if there are 35 stars, only 15 of them are usually successful. I feel like this is way more a Nebraska thing, where it's just like, Nebraska has failed the 5-stars, so I'm not going to trust that this 5-star will succeed.
But you also mentioned like Adrian Martinez. I remember everyone was super excited. He was a 4-star quarterback, all that sort of stuff. Every single time you lift someone up to this 5-star rating or a high 4-star, whatever, whatever you want to put that recruit as, we as Nebraska fans sometimes put that player as like, this is the guy who's going to protect us and save us from the hole that we have dug ourselves in. This is the guy who's going to get us out of it. I do remember, even as a kid, how important Marlon Lucky was and how hyped it was constantly, and like brought up about how high of a recruit he was.
It was insane. That is the most hyped recruiting class of all time, you know, and that was, I was in high school when the 05 class was put together. Like, and that was the first in the modern internet recruiting era where Nebraska, they were good at recruiting and they leaned into it. Like Bill Cowan loved that class. He was so excited for it. And Marlon Lucky was one of the many crown jewels, a part of that class. Harrison Beck was the quarterback. Zach Bowman was a 5-star. Like that thing was absolutely loaded. The other thing, you know, you bringing up Adrian and thinking about him for a moment and Dylan, it kind of hit me. The relationship we had with those guys was very short by the time that they started. Maybe not so much Dylan, like, because like his dad, of course, we knew who Dylan was, but in terms of the day he recruits until the day of his first start, that was a span of like 9 months. Adrian Martinez. Did anybody know his name until that December day pulled around where it's like, hey, Scott Frost and his staff, they're flying down to California, right? That's where he lived.
Yep.
They're flying to California to go after this 4-star named Adrian Martinez.
Yeah, because he was committed to UCF and was going to fly across the country. It was a Frost recruit.
And didn't he eventually he committed to Tennessee, and so they pulled him away from Tennessee. And so that was also a 9-month period, right? This is going to be so much different because he's been committed for what, over a year? Isn't it 13, 14 months by now?
Yeah, I think it was May or June, July, something like that of a year ago. Yeah.
But so by the time that those, like, look, man, if you weren't there, and this now I really do start sounding like an old guy. If you weren't there for that first Adrian start, like you don't really understand it. There was so much excitement because it was Frost. And so there was the natural Frost excitement. And it was like the term that everyone always used, handpicked. He's his hand-picked quarterback, which I always found annoying. It's like, yeah, every quarterback that a coach goes after is their hand-picked guy.
But it was also the married at the hip thing, too.
It was like, right? This is his dude. And Dylan...
It was both of them. It was Frost and it was Adrian at the same time.
And there was less of that with Dylan, but it was like 5-star, NFL style. Rocket up, like all of these things that we were way wrong on.
But then the Dylan part of it too was how bad the quarterbacks were from the year prior. And it was propelling Dylan to be this. Not only is he a 5-star, but man, desperately the one position we absolutely had to crush this offseason was a quarterback, and we got him.
That is a great point, because by the time that he finally got to start, we were coming off of around here just like this awful offense where it was like, thank God they're going to have a quarterback who can throw the football to a wide receiver. And, you know, for a variety of reasons, both of those quarterbacks struggled. You know, with Adrian, it was more about him being mobile and like the system and, like you said, kind of being at the hip. And this is different. And so essentially, I'm kind of asking, like, I wonder what the next year is going to look like in that regard, and just like the build up to this. Because
are you asking if it can get any higher, or are you asking like what is the highest?
I'm asking like, can it get to those levels, or have things just changed too much around here? That like, so now part of this too is there is, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, I think there are a lot of people that are like, yeah, wake me up when he's actually playing. You know, wake me up when he actually arrives at Nebraska. Because there's some who are like, I still think he's going to decommit. I don't think so, by the way. I think he will end up at Nebraska. I think he will start his career at Nebraska.
Can I open a wound without really opening a wound?
Sure.
Okay. So I think you two, and John, especially this station, have understood a little bit about where the pitch can actually go.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's actually at its highest and probably peaked, because how many people came to the defense of Trey Taylor against you guys, against a clip that went viral for, you know, whatever reasons that people chose to be upset and angry about, right? That is the highest you can be when you're publicly defending a quarterback who's not even officially signed into your program, right?
Yep.
So they are defending the prodigal son, but the son has not yet been born, right? Like that's exactly what they're doing. So I would argue that we've actually reached fever pitch already.
You think so? Because I thought you were going to make the argument that once he signs, then it will actually start getting higher, because then by that point it is real. Like, how many times have you heard somebody say, you know, I'm not going to believe that blank is going to happen until it's actually happening. You know, whether it's like a team winning a championship, or I hear sometimes people say like, there's no way they're going to make a sequel to that movie. And then suddenly it's like they're filming. It's like, I still don't believe this. I need it. And then you're sitting down in theaters and you're watching The Force Awakens. And it's like, I guess there is a new Star Wars movie. And so I wonder, once he signs, does that then change where people then, because then you can actually start thinking about it. Like, okay, he's a Nebraska Cornhusker now. And, oh, okay, what can the offense look like? And okay, you know, him being local is like really going to be quite the game changer for this whole thing, because Adrian wasn't local. Dylan wasn't local. I'm trying to think of the other quarterbacks, over the last 20 years.
I don't doubt that there's going to be Husker fans that go to Millard South games.
100. Those are going to be
That
a
has not
madhouse.
happened for a long time.
Yeah, I have to imagine that there will be limits on credentialed people, credentialed media members.
We've talked a lot about that, with Hurdat where I work and everything. And that's one thing too that, it was a big reason why a lot of people, Millard South had to do it again. I mentioned it last year, but yeah, it's going to be a big deal because there's going to be not only crowded sidelines, but also crowded, everything. It's going to be, you better buy extra concessions, make sure that you have everybody ready.
It's going to be really, really fascinating. And so don't know if it ended up coming to a different answer here than I came in with.
I think the answer I have for you officially is that, because he's now the 5-star and all that other stuff, the fact that even with everything that was busy yesterday and whatnot, the fact that we didn't spend time to be like, Nebraska signed or Nebraska has a committed 5-star quarterback, the fact that we did not talk about it yesterday and we pushed it to today to talk about it in this discourse, I think is the answer.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a really good point. When we return, Adam Rittenberg, ESPN, will join us, talk about a variety of things with him. Yes, we can get into the Sorsby stuff, but speaking of Nebraska football and what the next few years look like, he put together his future power rankings. And I wanted to ask him about the thought process, how moving it from like a 3 or a 5-year idea to a 2-year idea, how that changes. Does it make it easier or harder? And so much more. Adam will join us coming up next. Also, later on this hour, I don't care. Again, I have one that I know will make Nick mad.
I don't care.
And I have another that will make Stephen A. Smith mad.
Gasp. Oh,
I know. Can't wait for all of that and more. But right now, I need to tell you about Underdog Fantasy, the first game in the soccer tournament of great significance. 104 matches over the course of the next month and a half is now in the books. Mexico 2-0. Well, you can go to Underdog right now. You can put in our promo code, which is 1620thezone, and you can score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5, and you can enjoy this tournament like you never have before. You can go higher on lower on a variety of stats, assists, shots on target, and goals. And the second that you have something on a game, you can't look away. Nothing else matters. That is the entire point. So download the app today, put in our promo code 1620thezone, and score those $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code 1620thezone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org. Welcome back on Sportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Funplex and 1620 teaming up together for Mammoth Kickoff Week. Listen all week long to Happer and Schaefer for your chance to win a pair of passes to Funplex. Josh Peterson and Austin Jacobson with you today. And now we go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Welcome in, friend of the Grum. It's been a while. Adam Rittenberg of ESPN and ESPN.com. Adam, thank you so much for taking the time. How are you on this Thursday?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you joining us. We spent some time yesterday talking about the future power rankings, and one of the things that we were really curious about to kick off the conversation, just the way in which this project really has changed over the years, and that it used to be, it was 3 years? I don't remember if it was ever more than 3 years, but now you have changed it to just a 2-year look into the future. How has that changed what you are looking for in terms of grading these teams, grading these programs, and what the near future looks like versus how it used to be in the olden days?
Yeah, it's changed dramatically in the 10 plus years I've done it. You're right, 3 years was the norm, and it was heavily based on how your recruiting classes were from a high school standpoint. There wasn't a lot of discussion about transfers or how good you are at landing transfers. If you had a quarterback who was a sophomore, you knew that player would at least play 2 years, if not 3 years, and you weren't so concerned about that player transferring up to a higher profile program. So it was a very different process in terms of the forecast back when I started this. And then we reduced it a few years ago to 2 years because, it's really hard to predict year to year, much less 2 years out. So, this exercise has become more challenging, but in some ways much more interesting because you look at trends with, transfers and who, really goes for it in terms of high profile quarterbacks, for example, who's able to keep their players. Retention's a big part of this, not just player wise, but coach wise. It's been integral to Indiana's success under Curt Cignetti is that they've been able to keep his staff mostly together here through the last 2 years. And so it all goes together into a ranking. It's not super scientific, but it somewhat is because we look at, blue chip recruits, blue chip transfers, retention, and some other things. But it definitely has changed a lot, just again, even in the last 3 or 4 years.
Adam, you mentioned how this has changed, but I'm curious which of these categories that you have listed from the article weighs the most when you were kind of putting these rankings together. You have quarterback situation, offensive and defensive line outlook, roster management, star power, and coaching staff. Which one of those is the most important for the top teams?
It's tough to not say quarterback. I mean, obviously the best teams have strong quarterback situations, and that could mean different things. It could mean the ability to recruit and develop players year to year, to be able to hang on to really good players. In Miami's case, it's the ability to swing big in the portal and go from a Carson Beck to a Darian Mensa for this coming season, or with Cam Ward the year before, the number 1 overall draft pick coming in from Washington State to Miami. So that's a program that they don't necessarily need to recruit at a high level quarterback wise out of high school because they're going to be in the market and in many cases landing top quarterbacks. The other category, and again, this is probably the hardest one to do, but it's really important, is offensive and defensive line outlook. I just think I'm a true believer in the fact that if you don't have strong play, especially up front on the offensive line and the defensive line, you're going to have a hard time contending for the playoffs, you're having sustained success, and the trajectory there, how you develop players, how you keep players year to year, how does it look on your O-line and D-line? I think it's a really important indicator of who the best teams are.
Adam Rittenberg, ESPN.com, joining us right now on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Adam, I wonder with you in particular, when you're looking at these teams, given that, again, it's only a 2-year look into the future, the trust in the direction that the coach is going in versus an institutional program that they're at, if that makes sense. You have Florida State all the way down at 50, which, a couple of years ago, they would have been they were in the top 10, I have to imagine. How much of that is, when you're putting this together, I just don't know if this coach is going to be here that much longer, and so it's probably safer to keep them a little bit lower versus a Cignetti, of course. You're going to put them near the top given the trust factor that you have with him.
That's a great question. It's a huge part of this, right? And some of the coaches like Mike Norvell is on the hot seat. There's no debating that going into this season, whereas other coaches are in much more secure positions and with their own jobs, but with their staffs. It was a big reason, quite frankly, I put Notre Dame number one for the very first time since I've been doing this, is that trajectory with a young head coach, the way they're recruiting, the way they're able to keep their staff together. They only added 7 transfers, but 5 of them were considered blue chips, according to our research group. That's encouraging when you're looking at a program and their outlook over the next few years. Now, that could all change completely if Marcus says yes to one of these NFL teams that's coming after him every year. Then all of a sudden, who's coaching Notre Dame? Are they able to maintain and recruiting and finally be able to develop a quarterback, an elite quarterback in CJ Carr? A lot of that could go out of the window if he's not there. So that ranking is based somewhat on the assumption. I know for a lot of Notre Dame fans, it's a hope and very much wanting this to happen, that he's not going anywhere, but that could obviously change things year to year.
In that same ranking process, too, a lot of Big 12 and a lot of ACC schools kind of in that bottom half of the list. Of course, it's somewhat mixed near the top between Big 10, SEC, and some of the top of the other conferences in there as well. But how much did the conference strength weigh into how you can project how good some of these programs are, mixed with how their rebuilders going and all the other factors you have included?
Yeah, I really didn't try to make it conference specific, but it's hard not to, just in the sense of, where some of the top transfers are going, for example, where the top recruits are going, where many of the top quarterbacks. Now, like, this year, you look at the Big 12, for example, their quarterback play is very strong. You look at Bear Bachmeier coming back at BYU, Devin Dampier staying at Utah, Noah Fafita, one of the most experienced quarterbacks in college football, he's still at Arizona. Obviously, Brendan Sorsby, if he does play, gives Texas Tech a real boost there, given his experience level and talent level. So, but I think the real challenge with those two leagues for me was sorting out the ACC. Not necessarily the bottom of the ACC. I think those are fairly clear teams, but that middle, which is kind of the North Carolina schools, Duke. What do you do with Duke? They won the conference, but they lost their quarterback to Miami. There's a major question, at least I have, about how viable they'll be at quarterback in the 2026 season, even though they have some really good players, Nate Shepard and others, who are returning from that ACC championship team. So it is a challenge, but I try not to make it so much about the conference. It's just looking at the rosters and looking at some of these other factors.
Adam Rittenberg of ESPN joining us right now, talking about his future power ranking story. We retweeted it on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Adam, let's talk about Nebraska. You have them at 43. You were on recently with Doug Maurice and Bill Landis on their pod. And I'm paraphrasing here, but essentially, like with the Huskers, you were kind of like I just need to see it now. We've been hearing this for so many years. You were on the Big Ten beat, especially when they joined the league. And so I imagine that you've been hearing for so many years, this is finally going to be the time, and they have been unable to do it. Where did you find yourself most optimistic in the categories that Austin ran through earlier? And which is the ones that perhaps weigh them down to the point where they're in the bottom half of the Power Four?
Yeah, before I get to that, I mean, my position is, like, Nebraska has, like, they're not a benefit of the doubt team for me.
Yes.
Like you said, it just, there's too many times and there's too many years that they've received that. I think undo so from media members nationally. And I obviously look at the league very closely. It's where I'm located. It's the league I pay most attention to of all of them. So yeah, it's not that I'm anti-Nebraska. It's just, again, they need to prove it in this conference, and they haven't done that. So optimism. I have a lot of optimism about Rob Arish. I think he's a great hire on the defensive side of the ball to get that unit, moving up in the conference. And I think that's an encouraging trajectory potentially for Nebraska. A lot of the coaches that come out of that San Diego State, Rocky Long coaching tree end up having great success. Obviously, Tony White did some really good things at Nebraska before he left for Florida State. So I think that side of the ball intrigues me. And then I think Anthony Calandria is a really interesting quarterback. I know he wasn't their first choice, but someone who might bring the right type of experience and talent to give that offense a consistent playmaking spark at that position, because they just didn't get what they were hoping to get out of Dylan Raiola. It wasn't awful, but it certainly wasn't what Nebraska fans were hoping when he decided to switch his commitment there, which was such an exciting moment for all the Huskers. And so I think those two elements intrigue me. Obviously, losing a very valuable running back, offensive line, we'll see, and then the schedule gets tougher, at least for 2026. So there are some challenges there for the Huskers.
Adam, are you drag racing or something, or what's going on out there?
No, I'm just driving here in Chicago in between storms. So apologize if you hear like ambulances and other fun sounds of the big city.
No, I was just making sure. All right, so back to your list as well. Obviously, as a projection of future power rankings for the next 2 seasons in that cycle, is there a team that, and maybe it's Nebraska, I don't want to put words in your mouth by any means, but is it a team that you could see that's maybe in that bottom half or third of your list this year that you think could make that bigger jump if you redo and reset this list for next season?
Yeah, I mean, there always are, right? Arizona, for example, was down at the bottom last year, and then they kind of pulled this 9-win season out of nowhere. So it can definitely happen. Even some of those teams with coaches on the hot seat have the potential to rise up, including Florida State. I mean, talent-wise, Florida State is not the 50th best team. Yeah, they just aren't. But they have looked like an even worse team than that as far as performance. So that's where it gets kind of challenging. I'm trying to think from a Big Ten perspective, who has the potential to rise up. A lot of it's, again, I think if Northwestern had a better schedule, I like that they are finally showing some interest in the offensive side of the ball with Chip Kelly being brought in. They've been very consistent defensively, even though they haven't had necessarily high-rated recruiting classes. I think Wisconsin is an interesting one. I was up there this spring for practice. It certainly hasn't gone well for Luke Fickell, and he's one of those coaches who has to deliver this year, but I think their talent level and their identity is a little bit clearer to me. Colton Joseph, a nice pickup at quarterback. They're able to retain some of their better defensive players. They did better in the portal than they had done the previous 2 years, and their schedule eases up quite a bit. So I think Wisconsin at least has a chance to rise up. I wouldn't say top 25 or top 30, but at least not being one of the bigger disappointments in the country.
Adam Rittenberg joining us. Adam, before we let you go, I mean, we mentioned it in passing at the beginning of the interview, and that's Sorsby. So I guess we'll do the obligatory Sorsby question for you. I think you're just listening and reading a lot of folks this week. There's a lot of shock, and yet there's also this, but what did you expect? It's college football. Stuff like this happens all the time. Now with a few days to kind of catch your bearings, I wonder what you think is the next step. There's been people trying to put pressure on the league at the Big 12, pressure on the program, pressure on other schools outside the league and scheduling them. What's the end game for, let's say, 3 months from now on that Friday night when Tech is scheduled to play Houston, and in theory, Sorsby is off of his suspension?
Right. I think Brendan Sorsby is playing for Texas Tech. I think there was an understandably emotional reaction when the news came out. And, with all due respect, Nebraska deciding not to play Texas Tech is not really a big deal. It's really what the league does. The ball is in the league's court. They're obviously meeting. The presidents are meeting, I believe, on Monday. Today was the day of threats from the other side. You got a letter from the Texas Attorney General's office to the Big 12 saying, if you sanction Texas Tech, we're coming after you legally with all we have. Jeffrey Kessler, the attorney for Brendan Sorsby, who has been very successful in everything he's done against the NCAA in different contexts, he's obviously threatening legal action. So, what does the Big 12 do? I can understand their presidents and certainly their athletic directors being outraged by this, but you're fighting a legal order, at least for right now, that likely will keep Sorsby on the field for the season. And it's going to be very difficult to appeal from what I understand. So my sense is he's suiting up for Texas Tech, and it is absolute must-see TV to see how he and they handle this, right? Because, Brendan Sorsby was somewhat of a big deal for those who follow transfers in college football. He was one of the more notable quarterbacks that moved in this cycle. But, he hasn't had a super decorated career. He's not a household name around the sporting world in America. He became one this week. And so there's going to be a lot more casual interest in national media and others if he does indeed suit up for Texas Tech. But we'll see what the Big 12 does. Obviously, the Big 10 made some decisions a few years ago against Michigan that were not popular, at least among the folks at Michigan. perhaps the Big 12 decides to take somewhat similar action against Texas Tech, although they're certainly facing some lawsuits if they choose to do so.
Adam Rittenberg, ESPN.com. Adam, great to have you back on the show again. Thanks so much for joining us. We will talk to you soon.
Yeah, let's do it again. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Adam.
Adam Rittenberg joining us, ESPN.com. I like that. Drag racing.
It sounded like it, did it not? It sounded like,
vroom.
I mean, I live over by Center, and at 10 o'clock on most nights, you can hear people just going up and down those streets, unloading. The gas is too high to be racing for pinks. That's what I'm saying.
So a couple
You
things.
sounded like an old white dad.
I am.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Wow.
Dog dad.
So two things. One, his answer about Sorsby at the end was really good because he is right. We know Brendan Sorsby around here because we saw Nebraska play Cincinnati last year. I think a lot of listeners knew him before that because they're college football fans, and so they know who Brendan Sorsby is. Brendan Sorsby very much broke through the national consciousness over the course of the last few days, right? So like that happened. And their first game, I think about it a lot whenever it comes up. Their first game with him back is game 3. It is a Friday night. It is a Fox game against Houston. Like, that is going to be incredible theater.
It's also an important game.
It is an important game. And they're also on the road at Cincinnati next year, too. So, like, this is going to be, if he ends up playing, if Adam is right, it's going to be quite the storyline.
Is there any way that this just tears Texas Tech apart?
Very much could happen.
They're supposed to be a good team.
Yeah.
Like,
they're loaded.
If you projected it now, you put them in the playoff, right? Like Sands, all this stuff.
I think I did an exercise with Mike Schaefer a couple of weeks ago, and I'm pretty sure I had them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, and that was thinking he wouldn't play because their roster is just so good. Like they didn't have him last year, and their backup quarterback got some time last year, and he's pretty good too.
Yeah.
By the way, to answer your question that you had of him towards the end, Oklahoma State went from 62 to 41 year over year because, of course, they made massive changes. Eric Morris now in charge. Portaled a ton of players from North Texas, including Drew Mestemaker at quarterback. Max Olson was on with the boys in the morning today, and I know that he has talked about him quite a bit as like that's a team to look out for. I very much am excited to see in this post Signetti portal like hiring cycle of like now other schools are going to try to do what he did, bring the coach and then bring all your players. It's going to work with probably a couple, but I think it's going to fail with more often than not. I want to see if Oklahoma State is a team that is going to be able to have it succeed.
It'll also just be interesting, too, because we haven't seen this post-Signetti cycle yet, because Signetti won a national championship. They're going to be probably a decent team again as well, and they have more, it's a projected sense of like entitlement, right? Because they have more talented people who want to go play for Signetti, who want to go to Indiana. They've opened up pocketbooks and stuff. If Oklahoma State is following the same projection and they go 6-6 next year, are people going to be like clamoring to go to Oklahoma State in the next season? Because Indiana did it right off the bat. So it'll be hard to copy that sort of level of initial success.
Indeed it will. I got a text from Pedro that we can get to. We'll do that when we return. But before we do that, we have to talk about things we don't care about.
Whoa.
Oh.
There you go. There's Nick Graham. It's good to hear your voice again, Nick.
Hello. I'm here.
All right. That's good to know. All right. I don't care.
Wow. Okay, cool.
You don't care that Nick is on this show?
No, I was saying I don't
That's
care.
what you were saying?
It's coming up next.
Wow.
Wow.
I care about Nick.
Thank you, Austin. I care about you.
Thank you, Nick.
World Cup underway.
All right,
Mexico. What?
He's just ignoring it.
Yeah, he is.
That
Say that you care about Nick.
I care about Nick.
Wow.
Now say it like you mean it.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy you didn't say it outright.
Care about Nick Grimm. I'm working with Nick over the course of the next few days. I'm looking forward to it.
Begrudgingly.
Welcome to my dojo.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Get ready to learn producer.
Oh, wow. I wonder how hard that will be. Oh, wait, I did it.
Whoa.
Yeah. I literally taught him producer.
Yeah, a decade ago.
I had to help him out doing the first College World Series, and he was all stressed. He's like, stop talking to me.
You literally did it pre-NIL. Doesn't count.
No, that's not true. I taught him. Oh, wait, I did.
It's also a completely different board now and a whole new setup. It's all different.
And pre-COVID. What if COVID?
No,
it was actually post-COVID.
Yeah,
dang it.
And Nick had a mask on, I think.
All right. That sucks.
Maybe not. He was going.
He was a contrarian.
With his huge hands. How's that photo of him on your phone?
Oh, it's doing number use right now on Instagram.
Oh, awesome. All right.
I didn't post it on Instagram.
I was going to say that'd be hilarious. I don't care. Next on 1620 The Zone.
these days, but it's still the same vibe. Open bars on Monday, what's happening on social media, and the takes you didn't ask for, but we're going to give to you anyway.
Yeah, except now I've got to do more and try to keep Jimmy on the rails.
Good luck with that, Dan. Stop by the After Hours Lounge from 6 to 8 p.m.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care.
It is time for the segment where we discuss things we don't care about, and sometimes we trigger each other, and sometimes we trigger ourselves. Brian from Bellevue writes, I don't care that a certain midday host doesn't have a girlfriend, and we continue to hear about it.
Oh.
Talking about Odson?
Yeah.
Because he's married.
Yeah, he has a wife.
Yeah, he doesn't have a girlfriend.
That'd be sick if he had a girlfriend too, though.
No, that'd be bad.
That's adultery.
Yeah.
Well, not if they're cool with it.
I guess. No, that's still.
TNT chair, folks.
I mean,
You're
it's
allowed
still
to have a girlfriend if you're married if the spouse appreciates
it's still biblically illegal, though,
You
isn't
don't
it?
care about the Bible?
I
Wow.
know. but for the
Biblically
people,
illegal?
the people who do care.
Nick's first I don't care. The Bible.
Whoa.
I do care about the Bible. There's some cool stuff in there.
All right, Nick, why don't you
Nick.
kick us off with I don't care today?
I don't care that. Nope, I got nothing.
Really?
I was hoping I could formulate something in the span of me saying I don't care.
We'll give you time.
I'm
All
good.
right,
I'm fine.
I don't care about the Cars re-release. Suck it.
Okay.
That movie is so overrated.
Boo.
You're a terrible human
You're a
being.
contrarian.
Turn his mic off.
No, collectively,
You're terrible.
people agree that that's like one of the worst Pixar movies.
No,
So
they
you
don't.
Who's
I've
we?
never heard anybody say that.
All right.
Who's saying
Ever.
this?
All right, just
You're
a
just
sec.
gonna look up
People your
Letterboxd?
age because you were a little
No.
too old when it came out.
See now, real quick, you're
I
gonna
don't
get.
understand Real Gun. The
You-
first scene means nothing.
See, now
to me.
you're gonna get mad, but I'm
We
just
are
saying.
mad.
I'm saying people. Okay, so I'm going off of Rotten Tomatoes scores for every Pixar movie.
I like
okay?
to do 3.9.
Now this is
out of
4
5
this is
on
4 years
Letterboxd.
ago, so it's a little old. At the time there were 25 movies.
Uh-huh.
Cars was 18th out of 25.
It's all subjective.
No, but, okay. So when I say the majority of people didn't like it as much as you guys, and you go, well, that's not true, and then I say, but factually it is, and you're like, oh, but those are just
Maybe I just don't like your opinion. on
that's
it.
fine. It's fine. I remember watching it and thinking that's pretty solid. But it doesn't have any of the emotional heft of the best movies. It doesn't have any of the comedic chops of the best Pixar movies. But it's now been 20 years, and so we always have to celebrate things 20 years later.
People have always celebrated Cars.
Just wait until the live action remake of Cars comes out in the next decade.
I would rather not watch it.
There are people right now who are adults who got into motorsports because of Cars. They
Bang.
saw Cars,
Totally fine.
and now they're
So
excellent
true,
race
Nick.
car drivers.
So true.
Totally
so true.
fine.
Also, did you know
Somehow
race
Nick
cars?
brought in F1 into this.
Race car spelled backwards is race car. I learned that from a Disney blurb
Bang.
when Cars came out.
Matt McMaster has texted into the show.
Hi, Matt.
F Brian and F you.
Oh,
the
wow.
Cars re-release is awesome. No one has ever said Cars is bad.
You know what?
Exactly.
Matt,
It's
I'm
mid.
telling you right now, we're going to crush some beers. We're going to watch Cars.
I would love to crush
That
beers
would
and watch
rock.
Cars.
How
I
about
don't
the
think you're
Gen
invited,
Z
Nick.
boys watch Cars and crush beers?
Nice.
D'Lo says Cars 2 is even somehow worse.
No, Cars 2
Cars 2
sucks.
sucks. Yeah,
Yeah.
Cars 2 is bad.
Which
I
is
don't know.
weird. I've seen people praise Cars 2 for some reason.
God, no.
I don't understand. Cars 3 brought it back. I
Yep,
like Cars 3.
I agree.
I like how you can see in the audio file when I said Cars 2 is bad because you guys yelled at
us
me.
screaming.
Yeah, we peaked.
All right,
Hey,
Austin.
do you know what sporting finals are going on right now?
The World Cup,
And
the
Hockey.
NBA Finals.
correct, the NBA Finals, and we've had a great NBA Finals so far. Correct.
Yeah.
Then why is LeBron James always making it about himself?
Oh.
LeBron James, hey,
Mm.
whisper, whisper. I'd like to go to the Golden State Warriors. Maybe. I don't care, LeBron. You know why? Because it's not about you for once. All right. Why don't you just let basketball do its thing? Hang out. Let the other kids play. But no, make it about you, the king. Come on, man. Get on out of here.
I love that yours is LeBron because the other I don't care that I have, this is the one that's going to trigger Stephen A. Smith. I don't care about the GOAT debate in the NBA.
What?
Do people even care? Like, I saw another thing that because LeBron said something this week. Yeah, well, that's why I'm the best. And it's like, okay, are we really just going to do this song and dance forever? I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
First of all, it's Michael Jordan. LeBron is second.
Oh, so you do care?
No,
'cause you have
I-
an opinion.
I don't care.
Oh,
I
this
just-
guy's Happer and Schaefer. He has an opinion.
I'm
care.
Happer and Schaefer smushed together. They made me the take
Interessante.
Happer.
Happer and
Wow.
Schaefer.
God.
That's a bar,
You're
actually. Low-key.
Schaefer.
Unk, that rocked.
I don't care about the GOAT debate.
I also don't care about this dumb alien movie that Josh has been so excited about. Let me just read you the synopsis quick. A meteorologist and a cybersecurity expert find themselves at the center of a movement to expose the government's cover-up of extraterrestrial
Cover-up.
secrets. Whatever, dude. And I don't know if you know this now, Mr. Steven Spielberg. Maybe he hasn't been into politics recently, but aliens are real. They've released all the files. Your movie's dumb.
Those weren't the files they released.
I don't care.
You're a big files guy.
The alien files.
Listen.
Put Austin in the files.
Wait, E.T. was in those files?
I think no wonder you hated E.T.
Oh, no, I didn't hate
Oh, wait, that was you who
hated
hated E.T. Wow, screw you. I can't wait to see Disclosure Day. It sounds awesome.
I hope it's terrible, and I hope you come back into the OBV and you tell me you're like, man, what a waste of $19 I spent on Disclosure Day, another alien movie.
I got to see it for free because I had passes.
Oh,
Shout
that's
out
so
to
great.
the movie
My
theater.
name's Josh. I like movies.
I do like movies.
I got one.
Okay.
I don't care that people hated the last season of The Boys. I thought it was fine. It made sense. It was, it's not comparable to the first few, but it was a good way. It wrapped up the story, and it was entertaining.
I still have the last 4 episodes to watch. I'm partly thinking I should just skip to the finale and watch the finale. Because I do kind of want to know what I assume Homelander dies.
There's a lot that they cram into the last 2 episodes, so you might want to watch the episode before the last.
Because I saw there's like a GIF that's rolling around the internet where he's like trying to jump. It looks like he's in the White House, the president room or whatever it's called.
The Oval Office.
That's the one. And he's like jumping and he can't fly. And
This guy hates America.
He's obviously triggered. Let's see. Prison Matt. That was a good one, Nick.
Thank you.
Even though, sorry, I don't care about the Boys finale. God, the first few seasons were so good.
They were.
Matt says Zoomers are blowing up theaters for Obsession, a movie about how scary it is to have a girlfriend. Ignore Zoomer movie takes. That is a great way to boil that movie's plot line down.
Yeah, I do
Pretty
like
funny.
that. I do like Anders. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss John.
Whoa, Andy hates John.
Wow,
Wait,
that's
so who
tough.
is he upset by?
It has to be me.
That's so funny because we just got a text, and I'm not going to read it because it mainly just goes at John for how much they hate him, but they're like, man, I am enjoying the show this week.
Whoa,
So, yeah,
thanks.
They're saying
I do like this, though, from D'Lo. This is very funny. Austin singing the Happer and Schaefer song. He doesn't care about the competition. Interessante. That's
Christopher,
interesting in Spanish, Nick.
Christopher says, I don't care about McMaster's rant today on how to drink during the College World Series. I missed this segment. What was his rant?
Told you how to drink during the College World Series?
That's electric, actually.
Yeah,
I need to find this.
All right, I got to find out what's going on.
I'll save it in my Apple
Get a beer and a
Podcasts.
dog. That's all you need.
Pedro says, hey guys, Josh the GOAT is Wilt Chamberlain. The next guy will be Victor the Frenchman. Thanks for the Statue of Liberty, Victor.
Wow, that rocks.
Uh-huh.
He can stay in New York. Replace it.
Let's see. The 913. Does Nick care about Pat McAfee and how he's going to be at the College World Series?
I can think of a few things I care about
World
less.
Series.
Are you going to get him a Zesto ice cream?
I'm not going to
He'll
get
be
him
above
anything.
that. He'll be in the building above that.
That's right. And he'll be talking about the program and doing all of his good stuff.
So last night I was thinking about being on the Ferris wheel, and I got the what happens when your hands, it's like they get kind of sweaty and just
clammy.
like- yeah, I felt that.
You got the Nick hands.
I felt that in my.
I
bones.
meant to show you this earlier, but I'll tell you it now. This is very funny to me. I got a message from Dr. Fiance on Tuesday when Pat
I don't
McAfee-
care. Oh, sorry. Just
wow,
wait.
that's tough. I'm engaged. On Tuesday,
I care.
when she found out that Pat McAfee was going to be at the Blatt,
Yeah.
and she sent me a post, uniquely enough, from Herd at Sports, where it said,
Whoa,
the
interesting. Not
she
the zone.
said, the program will be live Friday from Blatt Beer and Table.
No, we won't be on the air.
We won't. That's ours.
She sent this to me and says, program? What idiots spell it that way?
Hey. Wow.
No, it's okay in this context because it's about Pat McAfee.
Yes, and true. Yes.
I don't know if I'm going to get you a wedding gift now.
Wow.
Or
You don't
maybe
have
I'll
to.
just
You know
get
what?
you a wedding gift.
You're reprieved.
No, we'll get you something.
Okay, that's cool.
We'll get you
Thank you.
something.
Nick, you don't have to.
That's fine. I didn't know I was invited.
Okay, well, now you're not.
I heard about his he told me his wedding plans recently,
Plans.
and I thought it was a really good idea.
Yeah.
Like a tremendous idea.
I just don't want to
More
put
people
You, I don't want to put you guys on the hook for anything.
more
So,
people should do what Austin's going to do.
Thank you.
All right, when we return,
Keep
it's
that to
time
ourselves.
for the happy hour as we get ready to wrap up the week. But not really. We're going to be on the air for the next week.
Yeah.
Plus,
Week and a half.
The next time that there will not be a 6A to 6P or beyond that on the zone will be Saturday, June 27th. That's a lot of content.
At 3.
What will you be doing? I'll be, oh my gosh, on Saturday, June 27th, I'll be sitting on my couch.
No.
Not doing anything. It's going to be awesome.
That rocks.
Creighton University.
And then that next week is 4th of July.
And then it'll be in air conditioning, too.
Oh my gosh. Nick is pumped for 4th of July. He keeps talking about America 250.
You love America.
He wants an America 250 patch on his Japan jersey.
Yeah.
Are you going to the Octagon?
I'm going to get 2 of them on the Japan jersey.
Whoa. For what, Nick? Why 2 of them?
Bomb. one for each bump.
Whoa! I don't know if you're allowed to say
Whoa.
that.
Hit the racist button.
I saw America 250 flags and it confused me because it was the the old
13th,
revolutionary
yeah,
flag,
yeah.
but then it said 250 in the middle, and that doesn't feel right.
We should get one of those and hang it in our studio.
Yeah, that rocks.
Is there any America 250 stars and bars flags?
I'd like to think that there's a shot ski somewhere that says America 250.
Indeed.
Nice.
Happy hours next on 1620 The Zone. The happy hour before the 2026 Men's College World Series is on the air. What a time to be alive. It starts tomorrow. The first game of the Men's College World Series will be preceded as I have the glorious schedule.
Can you still read
That
it?
thing is haunting me.
Why is it haunting you? They're slightly ripped.
It's
In two
equally
different
ripped on
ways.
both sides.
How's that
Oh,
possible?
both sides. John is still in the studio, huh, Nick?
Wow.
Is that what's going on here? It's a normal schedule. Find a new slant. But tomorrow, ahead of Game 1 of the 2026 Men's College World Series between West Virginia and Troy, here's what the day is going to look like. Happer and Schaefer. It's Connor and Mike. No, it's not. It's Michael and Mike.
That's what the song goes, right?
Yeah, it's Michael and Mike. Oh, we should get them to re-record one just for that.
Just one. Ian, get on it.
It's Schaefer and Michael Severe. That will be the show from right here in studio. And then from the Omaha Baseball Village, Schaefer and McMaster will have you covered for both shows tomorrow surrounding those two games. Starts at 10 o'clock. We'll go off at 12:40, and then they'll send it up to the broadcast booth with John Bishop, Connor Happer. I will be down on the field for West Virginia and Troy. We'll go back out to we'll go back out to Schaefer and McMaster for a little bit, and then back inside, again, the same crew ahead of North Carolina and Ole Miss. Saturday will be the same broadcast crew inside the stadium. It'll be Schaefer and McMaster once again over the course of that day, and then it'll be John, Farron, and Happer on Sunday. And over the course of the next few days, we will have you covered for lots of stuff over the course of the next, week and a half here on 1620 The Zone. But I want to say this. If you're like, oh no, baseball, don't worry, they'll talk a lot of football. Matt has been putting together football topics for, I would say, 3 months.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That guy loves football.
Yeah, it's his best quality. And so we'll be talking a lot of football. I'll be doing the shows with him on Sunday. We're going to have a lovely time. What are you giggling about over there?
Placat and chat. I have a feeling Matt is somehow going to be later coming from a mile away than he was coming from the studio last year.
He better not be, especially because tomorrow, as I pull out the schedule once again,
Even though you just said it.
I just had folded it back up.
It
No.
Michael and Mike.
Michael and Mike. So they will be doing the show, and then Schaefer will leave here. Matt has to be there at 10 because he has to start the show. Like last year, I was always there at 10 because I would start the show.
Yep.
If McMaster is not there,
no one starts the show.
Then, Odson does, because Odson will probably be there at like 8:30.
Wow.
So
that guy loves waking up.
He does, and he loves radio.
He does love radio.
Yeah. You know who doesn't love radio?
Video.
Idiots. Oh,
whoa!
It did kill the radio star. So yeah, that's what's going on tomorrow and Sunday.
First music video to ever play on MTV.
People forget.
Someone did mention the Edmund Fitzgerald song earlier today. That was a fun one. I do like that song too.
Okay. Why did they mention it?
I don't know.
Okay. Good non sequitur.
It was when we were talking about no California or Florida teams being in the College World Series, and Chance said it's for a year for every man on the Edmund Fitzgerald who perished.
Wow.
So there it is.
Wow. He does like going dark very quickly.
He does.
So that is what is happening on the 1620 The Zone radio network. Austin will be down there with his vertical cam and his normal microphone. Do not put it on the internet. That is tiny.
I did get a little triggered during the break because you guys try to point baby Mike gate on me, and it's just not me. It's just not me, man.
What is it about? What is it about people that like the baby mics? Why? Explain it.
That's a good question.
Because I always hear that it's like, well, it's more natural, but I feel like holding a weird thing is very unnatural.
Yeah.
If you want to be like totally avant-garde, no mic.
That is true. Yeah, but then you can't hear anybody.
Correct. But if you want to be artistic, bro.
A silent film, one of John's favorites.
He remembers them when they were still making them.
Yep. Charlie Chaplin.
They're talkies now.
I like to read.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff.
Oh, I do like to read.
I know, but like at the movies, do you want to read?
I don't mind subtitles. I saw Parasite in the movie theater.
I also like Parasite.
Yeah, it's my favorite movie of the last decade.
Parasite's really good.
Really?
We did that for Movie Club.
Yeah. What's your favorite movie of the last decade?
Oh, Jurassic
Disclosure
World
Day?
Dominion.
Wow, what on earth? What kind of sentence is that?
Is that the one where they did all the fan service and they brought everybody back?
Brought all the dinosaurs back?
Yes.
Oh, look, it's the Velociraptor that opened the door in the first movie.
I just like saying Dominion.
Dominion.
Oh, Dominion. Nice. Nick, what's your favorite
I
movie?
wonder what it is.
of the
I'm
last
gonna find it on Letterboxd.
Baby Driver.
You do love
Baby
Kevin
Driver's
Spacey.
a great movie.
You're a huge Kevin Spacey guy.
That
You love what he stands for.
makes me really upset because I love that movie and
I'm
it's
upset.
one of my favorite movies of all time. And then the stuff of Kevin Spacey came out and it's like, but he's so good in the movie.
Yeah, my favorite movie of this century is Social Network, and Armie
Oh my
Hammer's
God.
a real piece of work.
My favorite movie of the past decade is Palm Springs. I know
Okay,
that.
you know what?
Classic.
I don't think that people should use, when they're talking about like movies or music or whatever, should be allowed to say over the last century when we're only 26 years into the century.
Why? So wait, what? How far into the century do we have to get before I can say
Over
that?
50.
That's not true.
Over 50
so
years.
if I say of the 2000s, would you be less triggered?
Yeah.
But then the 2000s is like the aughts.
You also don't get the Matrix. So.
What if I said since 2000? Would that be okay?
Since
with you?
2000 is better. But
Are you
putting
trying
the
to make this a 9/11 thing?
No,
Stop
no.
making it a 9/11 thing.
My
but
favorite movie since 9/11. You want me to say that?
saying of the last century, but we're barely, the century's barely
Sniper.
in. We're barely in the
We're-
century.
We're past a quarter of it though now.
Yeah, but like that's the last century. It's so early. It's too early to tell.
No, but
Mm.
there will be other movies that will come along that I probably will eventually like more. I hope that's the dream, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
that
I
is
would
true.
love for a movie to supplant Shawshank Redemption as my favorite movie. It
Listen.
will not happen, but I would love it if it did.
I would love if someone makes Beyond the Spider-Verse the greatest movie of all time because that's what I want.
Isn't that when is that coming out? Is that like 2 years?
Next year.
Next summer?
God,
They've been
it was-
working on it for a while.
This
come
is
out
the
like 2
last
years
one,
ago.
right? Or is this the first of the last two?
I hope it's
So
not the last one.
this
but
Because
is-
yeah.
wasn't the other one Spider-Verse Part 1 again or something like
No,
that?
it was Into, Across, and now Beyond the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, and then Across ended on such an abrupt cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Like the first time I watched it, I was like, wait.
Yeah, I was like, there's more movie
Mm.
coming. Yes, correct.
And
One of my favorite movie theater experiences of my life is Across the Spider-Verse.
I bet.
Yeah, it was phenomenal.
Let's find out.
You don't like those movies?
No, I love.
I
this.
saw
Okay, thank
Into
God.
in theaters. I
Thank God.
didn't see Across in theaters.
All right, let's see. The film will conclude the Spider-Verse trilogy and it's the final sequel to Spider-Man. Okay, so this is the last one.
Yeah.
Oh wow, it comes out in basically a year, June 18th, 2027.
I am more excited for that movie than any movie this year, even Dune Part 3.
It's not this year though.
That's what I'm saying. I'm more
Of this
excited-
century.
Oh, I
Yes.
see.
Yeah.
You're more excited.
I'm more excited about that
than
movie.
the Odyssey.
Yes,
I'm really excited for the Odyssey.
Odyssey's my number one.
I have a sinking feeling about the Odyssey recently. Getting a little bit. Well, yeah, haha.
Because
Yeah,
of the
I get it.
bad parts of the internet.
No,
You're
I
like
just
with
there,
them?
there's just
It's not historically accurate.
No,
The
I'm not-
story is not historically
I'm
accurate.
not worried about that. I feel like there's maybe too many popular faces in it that are trying to lift up how good this movie might actually be, and I think we're all getting really excited and hyped it into oblivion, and we can't keep up.
To be fair, there are a lot of really good movies that have loaded casts, though.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, like
true.
movie 43. That was a great movie.
I
I'm
didn't
pumped.
say all of them.
That's
I
my
said a
number
lot.
one. Dune 3 is definitely my number two. Obviously, Disclosure Day would be my number. No, I'm just
I
kidding.
hate you.
I'm trying to think.
You don't
of-
even mean that.
No, I'm excited. I'm not that excited for it. It's probably like number 7 or
What
8
if
for me on
it
the-
does become your favorite movie? of all
Disclosure
time?
Day?
Yeah.
I'd be insufferable to Austin, so that would be.
I would hate that.
Yeah.
I think I might hate watch that in theaters just to be
Hell
like
yeah.
cross my arms the entire time and act like I'm not having fun.
I like that. There's a new Tom Cruise movie coming out that I'm a little curious about towards the end of the year.
A not
that
Mission Impossible one?
Not Mission Impossible. It's who's the guy who directed Gravity? Remember Gravity, the space
Oh,
movie?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Remember that guy?
Is that Sandra Bullock?
Yes,
Who's in
and
that?
Sandra
George
Bullock
Clooney.
and George Clooney.
Oh, yeah.
He dies. Spoiler alert.
George?
Wow.
Really early. It's like in the first 5
I'm
minutes.
so anti George Clooney. I'm just
Wow.
I've never been a George Clooney.
You're not a
fan.
Dapper Dan man.
No, not for me.
Wow, D-List is not sure anything upcoming will top Project Hail Mary. Wow, like I was excited
I
for that.
need to
Listen,
watch it yet.
Project Hail Mary is good.
Looks better.
It got
Sorry.
like a really, really like high run of people that I feel like just hadn't seen a really good movie like in a theater in a long time. Like it was not my favorite movie of this year. Like
What's your favorite movie this year?
that I've seen in a theater, Bone Temple.
Bone Temple was really good.
It
That was a
rocks.
great theater
It
experience.
rocks, yeah. Bone Temple was awesome.
My favorite movie of the last year that I saw in theaters would
That
probably
Iron
be
Maiden scene.
one
Yeah.
battle after another.
If I went year and a half, I'd go Sinners.
Sinners
Sinners in
is so
theater, the
good.
first time I saw it was good. I'm nervous to rewatch it though because I'm afraid I'm not going to like it. As
No,
much.
Austin, I've watched Sinners 6 times. It's great every time.
Whoa.
I have liked it less every time I watch
That's
it.
what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Is it
I hate-
because of,
The
is
Irish.
that why you don't like it?
No, definitely not. I
Hmm.
like fun stories.
Hmm.
No, it's just it was a better movie in theaters.
I'm also worried because I did not see One Battle After Another in theaters. I'm worried I'm not going to like it because I didn't get
You
the
haven't
theater
watched One
experience.
Battle yet?
No,
Nick wasn't a huge fan.
I wasn't.
that was
really
one that
big
I
on
got.
it.
I got the little like email package for, and I was like, "Ooh, I could watch this," and then I didn't because I was like, "I want to watch this in theaters," and then I got busy.
One Battle was one of those movies where I really liked parts of it, but as a whole, I didn't love it.
Mm.
Interesting.
I love it.
I like that.
Get
was
that
funny.
reference though,
Uh-huh.
Nick? All right. Wow. Andy says Austin's movie takes her closer to Matt's and Connor's.
No, do not say
Yikes.
that.
That
Don't-
is basically
do not do
Jurassic
that
Park
to
is
me.
Twister.
He basically
not
just
do
called
that
you
to me.
a movie idiot.
That hurts so much.
He called you a
Austin's a
child.
moron.
I have watched so many movies on Letterboxd. I do not deserve that.
I can't believe you haven't watched
At
One
all.
Battle. That's pretty wild to me. Because
I
you seem,
know.
of all my friends, you seem like kind of a film guy.
Yeah, A Life in Film on Letterboxd, 1,566 films since 2019.
Whoa. That's a lot of movies.
That is a lot of movies.
Fine. I don't even know how many I've seen.
478 2+ film days. That is a lot.
Well, welcome in. This is the happy hour. Now
Hello.
the happy hour is almost done. I had a question for you, and now I kind of want to save it for a little bit longer for when we have more time. We did get this text from Pedro a few minutes ago. First of all, Nick, you pointed out that all the porta potties are ready for the UFC event, so you need to get there to make sure you put the slide in on all of
Nope,
them.
I'm out on the slide. I'm all about the trap door now.
Okay, it's a trap door for the porta potties. He also says, "Hi guys, Josh, what happens to Texas Tech and the quarterback if the betting sites do not put them on the board where you can bet on them?" I don't think that they're going to pull them off any of that. I think that they will be on. I think their point totals will be there. I think their win totals will be there. Over unders will be like. I think all of that. Their spreads will be there against Houston, for example, because again, there is no evidence that he bet on his team or against his team when he was playing. So I think that stuff is going to be fine.
Well, and to be fair, too, I mean, you have to choose how you want to bet responsibly, right? Because if you have all this information, if you have an opinion on Sorsby and the entirety of whatever you believe is true, right or wrong or whatever, you can still bet on Texas Tech. It's really not up to the sports books, I suppose. So
yeah, I don't think that they're going to pull it.
Be interested how they adjust their lines, though, if that moves at all.
Yeah,
because I assume those lines were probably set with Sorsby deemed ineligible.
Like
and maybe
you talking about the win totals or like the actual
win
point
totals
spreads?
and then spreads, right? Because you could look ahead at some of those, and I wonder if those have moved since. Because
So-
now Sorsby is back in, so maybe you could readjust what lines and stuff that you had before.
The win total is on the board. I'm looking at FanDuel. It is on the board. It is over under 10.5. So that is
That's
available right now. And if you are looking at games,
you are looking live.
there are no games, but there aren't a ton of games right now anyway on FanDuel. There's only one Nebraska game
It's
right now
Oregon,
that is
isn't it?
available. No, it's Ohio.
Okay.
23.5 for the Skurs
I like
on
that.
September 5th, the first day of the college football season. So, or Nebraska's college football season rather. So, yeah, I'm trying not to be like cynical or even optimistic on this. I don't think that this is going to affect lines, though. I don't think that it is going to affect point spreads. I think that, again, unless we learn something really untoward, and then yes, something would, well, then you would hope that he would get benched or kicked off the team if we learned something even worse. But
Well, listen, his coach
who
said he
knows?
didn't murder anyone, so he's
That's
fine.
true.
Yep.
That is true.
It's not murder.
It's not murder. J-Man points out that Alfonso Cuarón, that was the guy I was talking about, also directed Prisoner of Azkaban and Children of Men.
Well, are you a Harry Potter guy?
I read the books.
Oh, not a movie?
Never seen the movies.
Which is your favorite Harry Potter movie, Nick?
Oh, geez.
Mine's Goblet of Fire.
Goblet of Fire is a really good
Prisoner of
one.
Azkaban is probably close to.
Yeah. Goblet of Fire is pretty good.
It is.
What's the one again with Robert Pattinson?
That's Goblet of Fire.
Yeah. Goblet of Fire.
Goblet of Fire rocks.
There you go. And that's talking movies. This has been a fun movie segment.
Yeah. Well, it's because we don't have Ken Wolgamont.
That's true. Yeah, Movie Club is going to be next week. Mike Stibbs will be in the building, and we are watching The French Connection.
Oui.
I don't remember what it's available on, but you can go find it right now on the internet.
Did you
Shout
pick
out.
that because Wemby's going to lose?
Whoa.
Nice. Next level thinking. Shout out Platcat, who just hit us up on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. He says, if you know any total degenerates. And so on Nick's favorite website, Kalshi, or no, wait, was this Polymarket? No, this was Kalshi. He says, forgot if I showed you this yesterday, but yes, you can trade on Sorsby props, including going to the supplemental draft and his next team. And so, Nick, I bet you loved all of those words. So you can bet yes or no on a variety of things like which team will he play for in the NFL?
I think culturally we have a problem.
Oh, interesting.
Wow, that's deep.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Oh, okay. I was ready. I mean,
what a take.
I'm
I
just
was
saying,
going to hit
culturally,
you with a,
I think we have a problem. I think maybe we've jumped the shark with betting on every single aspect of life.
I think that is a good call. Oh, look at this. Connor Happer is tuning in. Shout out to you, Connor Happer. So he has a couple of questions
It's
for
Michael
us.
and Mike.
He says, how much Tiny Mike will Austin be rocking? And
No
you
Tiny
told us
Mike.
none. He
Knock
also
it off.
says, whoa, 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 I have great movie takes. I just haven't seen a lot of them. He has seen, Connor, who doesn't see movies, has seen one battle after another.
That's so disheartening.
But
Yeah.
Connor has also famously said that Jurassic Park and Twister are the same.
No, but that's more disappointing for Austin. He has that opinion, and yet he has even seen one battle.
That's true.
That's tough.
Nick has seen one battle. All he does is go home and play video games and build cars.
That's true.
Whoa.
And watch the movie Cars.
That is true.
It's a
And watch
great movie.
college baseball.
Baseball.
And now it's almost over.
And no slice to finish
And
it out.
no slice. Last year you told us who was going to win the damn
know.
thing, and this year you said no.
I know.
I don't care anymore.
Well, you can't do it now because you're a full-blown media member.
I know.
You're
I
in the booth.
can't have a take or an opinion.
Yep.
Pedro
More
says,
slice.
"Hi guys, Josh. I thought you were a Sicario guy. Also, one of my favorite movies over the last decade, but I actually think it came out in 2015, so it's not now the last decade.
Yeah, I would have said Interstellar, but Interstellar came out
2014.
Before. Yep.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I love that movie so much.
Sicario rocks. You ever seen Sicario?
Yeah, we have beef over Sicario because remember you
Oh,
looked,
you gave it a bad review,
and you were like,
Yeah.
"Whoa, we have differing opinions," and I said, "Yeah,
yeah.
it's okay to have different opinions than your friends. It's okay."
Not when I respect them.
Mm.
When I respect somebody, I usually want them to have like a great opinion.
Yeah.
You know, like if Nick is like, Sicario 2 stars, I'm like, that makes sense. But you, Austin.
That's fair.
I like Sicario.
I do like it when you guys are watching really anything, or if it's a movie club and I just missed like what the next movie is going to be, and I see you like an old review of mine. I'm like, aha, I know which one it is.
Spoiler alert. That's usually what happens. I hop onto Letterbox, and often there is Austin in there having seen a movie.
I have been told that many times that a lot of people who are tracking like really Letterbox because I told them to get it because I want to know what movies they're watching. They're like, oh,
Nice.
I'll be like, oh, I just saw this old movie. I wonder if Austin's seen it, and most of the time I have. Feel good about that.
Look at you.
Except The Fly. I need to get The Fly in. That's my summer goal is to watch The Fly at some point.
Is that the Jeff Goldblum?
Yeah. He gets gross.
I've seen that one.
I remember as a teenager, young teenager, I would sometimes, you'd scroll through the movies and you'd look for the rated R ones because maybe you'd see boobs.
Naturally.
I saw that The Fly was rated R. I'm like, oh, maybe there's boobs in this. And I watched a lot of it trying to find boobs.
How'd that go?
I don't remember any of it because I was just trying to find boobs the whole time.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair.
KD writes on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, Kalshi is one of the worst things to happen to society. Yeah, once you can start betting on war,
yeah,
that's not what I would like to gamble on.
I do see people betting on like the super volcano exploding. That's very fun.
Wow, that is insane.
Because you don't win either way. Like if you're like, yes, the super volcano will blow up. Is Kalshi really going to be like?
It kind of
you know
depends
what?
on where. It kind of depends on where in the country you're at. I think the radius might maybe reach DC, but if you're in New York, you're good.
You think? Don't you mean Arnold there, Nick?
Yeah, sorry, Arnold.
Yeah. Well, we call DC
Hey Arnold.
We call it nice reference. We call DC Arnold now on the Grum.
Yeah.
Why?
Something about an alternate universe where Benedict Arnold was the first president
I
instead
see.
of George Washington.
So is Arnold hosting a UFC fight this weekend?
Yes.
Nice. That rocks.
There you go.
There we go.
Welcome to Arnold. That's this weekend. That's when the UFC fight
I
is.
think, isn't it? I think
God,
so.
I love
Isn't
that
it?
it's this weekend. You know why, Nick? Because it won't show up in predictions.
President T said that he wanted to make that a permanent structure, but it's inherently a non-permanent structure. Like the rigging and everything, it's not made to be permanent.
Yeah, held on Donald Trump's 80th birthday. Happy birthday, Don.
I am very happy that
80th birthday, and he's running the country.
What's wrong with that?
Good for him.
Wow. You don't respect your elders?
Like when they don't fall asleep.
Pretty contrarian of you.
You know what Nick does respect, though? The rule of unsportsmanlike content. And
It's
when
true.
we return, it is the final content before we get to the 2026 Men's College World Series. In content today, for those who missed the start of the show, maybe you just learned this. The Knicks were down 29 last night, and they won.
What?
Yeah. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the College World Series. The Savannah Bananas.
Nice.
And, for the hockey crowd, we're talking about hockey.
Let's go.
The Stanley Cup Final, Game 5 is tonight.
Good thing it's not the thumbnail.
Good thing it's not. Yeah, what was the thumbnail? Oh, it was the Spurs.
Yeah.
It was.
Good job by you, Nick. We talked about that a long time earlier.
Yeah. I know ball.
Content next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Comment in the YouTube chat from nobody.
Whoa.
Sad to see college baseball is almost over. It just feels like the season flies by. It does. And then what's up after college baseball, Nick?
Football. Summer break.
Football.
Relaxing, chilling.
God, it's going to be great. You know what else is great? Nick reading questions and us answering them in a segment we call Content. Nick, take it away.
72 hours ago, the Knicks were up 2-0 and vibes were high. Then a guy went to the game, watch parties were canceled, and things went to hell. I wrote this at halftime last night, but then the second half happened, and I had to rewrite this entire question.
Oh.
How on earth do the Spurs respond to blowing that game?
Wow, what a great job by you, Nick, adapting on the fly. You could have deleted some of the parts where it made it seem like the Knicks lost.
A quick strike through.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's going to be very, very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And now they got to go back home, and there are going to be a lot of Knicks fans in the building ready to jump down their throats. They haven't dominated this series because they're down 3-1, but they've had double-digit leads in every game. They have been up late in every single game, and yet they trail 3-1, and now their season is, 48 minutes from being over. I definitely think that they can, and I think they will win, if I'm being honest, on Saturday. I do not think that they will win the series, though. It's going to be hard.
I do trust the emotional roller coaster. If you're going to ride one of the teams, it has to be with the Knicks because it feels like they've been so much more even keel through all of this. And I think the Spurs, I think we're going to see the exact same thing we've seen in every single game. The Spurs will get out like hot and heavy at the beginning, then the Knicks will make a comeback for it, and we'll see if the Spurs can outlast them, I guess, at the end of game 5. I'm with you, though. If I had to pick it right now, I'll probably go Spurs in game 5, and I've always said Knicks in 6.
Where does that blown game by San Antonio rank amongst all the worst meltdowns you've ever seen?
Okay, that's a very interesting question.
Good job,
like
Nick.
that.
Thank you.
No, that's very good. When you think of the sports meltdowns, obviously the number one that comes up is 28-3. And
Yep.
I think it's pretty apropos to that, right? Like it's pretty in line. If you're kind of balancing them and the weight of everything, there was a very large contingency of people, and we had discussed it yesterday, that said game 4, whoever won it takes the series, regardless of, however you felt the first 2-3 games. So with the fact that San Antonio basically lost, if they end up losing the series this way, you could look at it the same, and it's in that case probably right up there with the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah. So of course, the biggest difference is NFL one game. This is a best of 7, and so like that one, the season was over finality. Whereas the Spurs, in theory, they could respond to this, but man, it happening in game 4 when the series seemed like it was about to turn the other way.
Yeah.
Where the Spurs had lost the first 2, they won in a game that I thought that they, dominate, maybe not, but really played well in game 3. And then they were dominating in game 4. The only thing that would have been worse is if this would have been for the entire season and they would have lost it. But that's the only one that I can really come up with because like the biggest blown leads in like NFL playoff history beyond 28-3, of course, are like early round games. Colts Chiefs over a decade ago, or the famed Bills Oilers game in the early 90s.
Yeah, the miracle at whatever it is. Yeah.
Ralph Wilson.
Yeah.
But this
Music
being
City Miracle.
So no, that's a different one.
Okay.
But this being so deep into the postseason, deep into the NBA Finals, definitely puts it up quite a bit higher.
Yeah.
Our friends at D1 Baseball ranked the top 30 moments in the history of the Men's College World Series. But what's your number one?
I was not at the Warren Morris home run walk-off game back in the mid-90s. I feel like that should be the answer to anybody. My number one personally, and this is weird because I wasn't watching the game like the entire time, like intently. But last season, being upstairs, getting ready for the next show, and I remember walking into the booth during a commercial, and I just snapped a photo and I just uploaded it I just had it. And then it turns into a game where a no-hitter is thrown. And so it's like, I put it on Instagram later because it was like, I just took a photo like, hey, I just want to, have something from the ballpark. And then it turns out to be a no-hitter. And that was one of the games. I think that might've been Happer's first game that he was calling. It's like, I was super excited for my friend to get a chance to call one of these games. And that's my number one.
That's pretty cool. Being someone that's not super big into the baseball, trying to get into it more and everything, I do remember the foul ball not being caught from Arkansas.
Brutal.
That is, it's one of those that and it gets replayed more and more. And I actually remember where I was like watching the game myself and just being like, holy cow, that is just monumental. And you remembered in the moment, you're like, well, I mean, they'll probably figure it out, right? And they did not. Also, in a personal note on my side, one of my friends got their car stolen at the College World Series, and we tried to drive back to Kearney that night. Could not get home. That was very fun.
I got my car stolen at the College World Series one time.
Yikes.
You should stop
I
doing
didn't know that.
Yeah. When I was a kid. When I was 17. Not great.
That no-hitter is a really close second for me, but honestly, mine's that Paul Skeens Wake Forest game.
That's pretty cool.
That game is incredible. That's what made me fall in love with Paul Skeens as a player.
That rocks.
It's a great game.
His good mustache.
Mine would be seeing Livy Dunn by Jello Shots.
Oh,
yeah.
She was interviewed on the Westwood One radio broadcast.
A lot of people loved that Livy Dunn was there.
Yeah.
Let's
Oh,
go.
yeah. Nick's
What do you
talking
mean
about
by that,
himself
Nick?
right now.
Yeah.
He's like, I love that Livy Dunn was there.
I didn't know who she was.
Okay.
An ESPN story Wednesday ranked the best NFL offenses in 11, 12, 13, 21, and 22 personnel groupings. Is this the nerdiest possible article in the history of articles?
I do like that. That was very fun to just hear read off of a sheet. That's very fun to listen to. I'd almost rather hear some more intricacies to it. Like, I want to know the best offenses when the quarterback is under center and the running back's behind him. I'd like to know the best offenses when they're in shotgun in different formations. I like this. I think this is fun.
Shout out to the Dallas Cowboys, who were number one in one of these personnel groupings.
Let's go.
It was the 11 personnel, which, Nick, for you who doesn't know, maybe that's one running back, one tight end, and 3 wide receivers. They were really good at it last year. Shout out to the Cowboys. I hope they're good this year, Nick. That'd be fun.
That would be fun.
I would say I hope the Dolphins are good this year, but they're not going to be.
No. I clicked into that story earlier this week, and I was like, whoa. I love football, but this is quite nerdy.
Would you give me a pass if I didn't watch a lot of Dolphins this season? Would
No.
you understand?
Nope.
Okay.
You got to do it.
The Savannah Bananas are in our fair state. Do either of you wish you could go?
I'll say this. Surprise. I kind of wish I could walk into the one at Memorial Stadium for like 5 minutes. Just to see it for like 5 minutes. What's it like to watch it for 5 minutes and then go home?
Yeah.
But just the spectacle of it. I have no desire to go there otherwise. I don't want to watch pretend baseball. I want to watch baseball. Like, I was never a huge Harlem Globetrotters fan, you know? It's like I want to watch basketball, not weird basketball. And so, I'm good, but it'd be cool to just see the spectacle for a few minutes.
Are you saying they're weird because they're from Harlem?
Whoa.
No, Nick. No.
Classic.
Are you going?
No, I did try to put myself on the coverage for it. It was taken out from underneath me. That is totally fine.
From one of your coworkers?
Yeah. How dare they?
Who
How
is
dare
it?
they? I'd rather not say. You'll see
Okay.
it. I mean, everyone will
Okay.
see it if
Okay.
they go. But I will say this. I'm kind of with you. I like the novelty of it. It's not for me, but I would like to know the crowd for it. I've seen like banana games on TV, but I don't get a good understanding of like who's really watching these games and who's just going like it's like a circus sort of thing, right? So I imagine it's a bunch of families and that'll be fun for them. So
yeah.
Do you wish you could go?
I don't know anymore. Like, I'm not out on the Bananas, but I'm definitely not as into them as I was a couple years ago.
Jordan writes, damn it, Damon. Give Damon the tiny mic.
Yes, we should.
So a lot of people wouldn't actually know this about either of you, but you are both movie boys.
What?
You love movies.
That is
Disclosure
news.
Day?
Yes.
Disclosure Day.
Have you checked out the trailer for the new Social Network movie?
I thought you were going to say Disclosure Day, and I was about to reach over that board.
Did you watch the trailer for The Social Reckoning?
I did. That was very funny. Everyone buying in online at the very beginning when they just started seeing it for the first time, they're like, oh my gosh, this guy playing Mark Zuckerberg is very on point, very on brand. My favorite part of the trailer, though, is at the very beginning when Jeremy Allen White's like, hey, I'm going to tell you something you can't tell anyone else, and then proceeds to say a sentence that I have watched many times and still don't know what he said, is very funny to me.
Can I quote you directly?
Yeah. Is that what he said?
Pretty much.
Okay.
It was something like that.
I literally have watched it so many times, I do not know what he has been saying.
So Jeremy Strong, who is a freakazoid method actor, who was in one of our favorite shows, Succession.
I love that show.
We have a drop that we play from time to time where he says, big, big shoes.
yep, there
is
it
it on
is.
the same thing?
It is on the same
Here,
thing.
there's a spot up in the upper. There
Yep.
you go.
Dang.
Big, big shoes.
That is Jeremy Strong. He's a really good actor, and I think that he kind of nailed, at least in the trailer, some of the weirdness about him. That's it. Like Social Network, I said this in our previous segment, and it triggered Nick. It is my favorite movie of this century. Social Network is my favorite movie since 9/11. And
Whoa.
so do
That's
we
a sentence.
do we need
There
this?
was a whole year and a half before 9/11
my
in this century.
favorite movie since the year 2000.
What about
I think.
Evolution?
It's my favorite word. I've never seen that movie.
Oh, really?
No, I don't know what Evolution is.
It's got Sean William Scott. Remember Sean William Scott?
I do remember Sean William Scott.
Sounds terrible.
I think I will see this movie.
I think so too. I
I'm
like
n-
that it included the Social Network soundtrack in bits and pieces.
Bum, bum,
Yeah, say, is
bum.
Reznor also doing this?
Bum, bum, bum. No.
Ah,
Some guy named Alexandre Desplat.
Desplot.
Desplat.
Despacito.
Bummer.
Despacito. Hockey's back tonight.
Whoa.
Cool.
Hooray, as Mike Schaefer would say.
The greatest Stanley Cup final
Bang.
continues, and neither of you two seem to care.
What?
That's sad. But
It
do you
was
have
our
any
thumbnail
thoughts?
yesterday, wasn't it?
Sure was.
Yeah,
talked about
Nick
it a
cares.
lot.
I don't think you do, though.
No, I'm kind of out of it. So I feel really bad because I did another like drive-by viewing of the game the last time, and I didn't pick up enough to be like, what a great series, what's going on? So I think in total, I think I said 18 minutes when we talked about it going into game 4. I think now I've watched a total of 24 minutes.
Isn't it wild that there are some people who are only football pilled and they're like, that's the only sport for me. And we are in the midst right now of one of the great NBA finals that I can remember, and apparently one of the great Stanley Cup final that I can remember. And I like one of those things a lot. The other, I haven't really paid attention to. I mean, I know what's happening here. But yeah, by the way, Prison Matt points out the century began January 1st, 2001, not January 1st,
Okay,
2000.
that doesn't seem right,
But
though.
it's true.
I'm not saying it's not true, but why?
I don't know. I heard that
doesn't
on
make any sense.
Heard that on a Bill Simmons pod earlier this year, and he was like, it's my favorite movies since the turn of the century, and that starts in 2001. I don't understand why.
That doesn't make, because why does the millennium start on 2000,
Well,
but the century doesn't?
The turn of the century makes more sense because it would be the start of the next century.
He
right?
says it's because we don't start counting at 0. But it can't be the 20th century anymore in 2000.
Yeah, if you start counting up, you're like, I'm going to count to 30. You don't start at 0. You start at 1. That makes sense to me.
Whoa.
That's deep.
Mine's just got blown.
That's my disclosure day.
More importantly, the 2026 Men's College World Series starts tomorrow. Who's going to win? And what are you most looking forward to about the next week or so?
Oh, you're letting me start?
Yeah, you can start this.
Okay,
You want
fine.
me to start?
No,
I thought
no,
that
no,
you
no.
started, or I started last time.
No, I thought I started the last one.
I'll tell you what I am. Okay, so
a lot of disclosure here.
I hate you. Knock it
on
off.
this day.
Oh.
You know what? Just for that, I'm starting. Roll Tide, roll. I want to go with Alabama.
Whoa, they're
Give
one of
me
the long
Alabama.
shots.
Yeah, I
13-1.
I just there's something about them. I just kind of picked them. I've attached myself to them, and I think it is a little bit because I know some of the Central Nebraska kids that are like playing. There's Cal Higgins from Texas, Tyler Fay from Grand Island. Fay is a pitcher for pitcher for Alabama. Maybe I'm a little bit too attached, like emotionally and sentimentally there.
Definitely.
But I will say this: you get out of that first round and you beat Oklahoma. It's not necessarily the easiest path by any means. In fact, it's not. But I do like the idea.
It's actually the hardest.
I do like the idea that you continue to see teams that you've seen before and you kind of can keep moving that way, whereas everything else just feels a little bit too wide open for me. So I think if you're going to pick one, you have to pick it from that side of the bracket.
I think maybe after this weekend, Ole Miss. Man, after talking with Eric earlier, I feel like I maybe have talked myself into North Carolina being the champs.
Whoa.
No, team who's never done it before. They've been to the College World Series a bunch. They've been to it a lot since the century started, Nick.
Yep. 2001.
Yep. Shout out to them. Yes, not 2000. Wow.
I don't want to get triggered.
That is still very confusing to
Also,
me, and my brain hurts.
Best uniforms, CWS, North
Man,
Carolina?
I was going to say the same thing. I love their look. It is very clean.
Yeah.
It is a very good look. What are you most looking forward to? Besides hanging out with us, of course, when you come over to the
That
Omaha
is
Baseball
true.
Village.
And honestly, so this is a complete cop out, but it will be the amount of tailgate food that people just offer up. I mean, it's incredible. It's one of my favorite parts of the CWS.
I do love free food.
You
Mooching off of people is your favorite thing.
Yeah, especially people that I just met for the first time, and they're like, "Hey, this guy's really chill, and I like him. Let's give him some food." I love
He's
that.
a chill guy.
It is rather fun
Nice
to be able to
reference,
see.
Nick.
And I also do like the
in
idea of
pockets.
I do like the idea of all the people that will walk or not walk. All the people that will set up their stuff along the boardwalk and will just be like, "This is how our tailgate is set up back wherever we're coming from." I like that they bring all that.
That's
up
pretty
to-
cool.
Yeah.
I am very excited, genuinely excited for the opportunity that I have in front of me. I never thought in a million years that I would be a sideline reporter at the College World Series. And so
World Series.
I'm looking forward to it. never again can somebody say that I didn't work during the College World Series. Those jokes are done now.
I'm excited to produce the championship series, or engineer the
Shout
championship
out
series.
to Nick Graham.
I've been trying to do this for the last 2 years, and I finally have the opportunity.
Let's
this
go.
year. I'm very excited.
And what's really exciting is Nick told Westwood One, he says, you don't even need to pay me. I don't even want
That's
money.
right.
Love of the game.
Mm-hmm. That's really big of you, Nick.
Nick actually loves working for free.
I also heard that Nick said, you know what? I don't like money enough. Why don't you give it to my coworkers because they're the ones doing the real work?
In fact, give it to Austin. He's a fun fill-in.
That's right. And he said he's mooching off people in the parking lot. He needs some money.
I'm already married. Austin's getting married.
That's right. And, yeah, you know what, Nick? I appreciate your wedding gift. Thank you.
Shout out to you, Nick. By the way, earlier we were talking about the biggest blown, what was it? How did Nick phrase it? What's the worst meltdown you've ever seen?
Yeah.
Now, this was one we did not bring up because it was a series, but I want to read these from Nobody. He says, first of all, he says, I feel like that game is more the Spurs blew it and not so much the Knicks won it. I think I would agree, especially given all the
Isn't that what
three-pointers.
we mean by meltdown?
Yes. He says the Yankees blowing a 3-0 ALCS series lead is tied for number one with the Falcons 28-3 meltdown. New York Yankees first and only AL team to blow a 3-0 series lead, and it happened to the Red Sox. That's a good one because I was thinking just an individual game. I was a Red Sox fan at the time. It was a different time in my sports fandom life, Nick. I was a Red Sox fan. And what's crazy is not only did they blow the series, they were up in the 9th inning of Game 4 with Mariano Rivera on the mound, the guy who had never blown a game in the postseason. And they get a stolen base from Dave Roberts, the now manager of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And it starts a crazy 4 days where they win that after midnight. Then the next game, I think the following day was like a 15-inning affair. I watched the whole thing after school. It was awesome. And then they went back to New York City. Kurt Schilling, Nick's favorite athlete, for the stuff off the field, has the bloody Sox game in game
behind John
6.
Rocker.
Behind John Rocker. Good
You
call.
guys are the worst.
Anti-Cobb. And then game 7 happens. That's a good pick because and now that was over the course of 4 days, but that was incredible. And you add on top of it that it was the Yankees and the Red Sox.
Okay. That's impressive.
Would you consider 2007 a meltdown on the Rockies' part just because they made it all the way to the World Series and just completely get let?
No, I don't think that getting swept is a meltdown because the Red Sox were the better team.
It's like a seasonal meltdown.
I guess so. I mean, they were so happy, though.
Yeah.
Pedro
I've never
says,
seen so much success.
Hi, guys. Wow, congratulations, Josh and Nick. What a great thing for both of you guys. And then 3 American flag emojis.
Thank you.
America 250 Nick.
America 250 Josh.
Oh, man, that's so exciting. Cool. Awesome. The College World Series. It's almost here.
It's almost here.
It's already
Tomorrow
here.
at this time, Nick, we'll be
Baseball.
going back on the air.
Yeah.
Does it open with a ping? Ping. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Does it open with that?
No.
Does it go ba 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 ba?
Dun, 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 dun,
Oh,
dun,
man.
dun.
That's going to be awesome. I can't wait to now participate in the tradition of stuffing your face in between games because the first one took 4 hours.
My favorite thing as a producer for the College World Series is seeing how fast I can eat before I have to do interviews.
How you have to record. You mean
Moocher.
prepare for the live interviews we will do during the game.
Yeah, that's why I said do interviews.
Do
Exactly.
interviews.
Preparing.
Yeah,
This guy's
definitely.
doing interviews.
All right, when we return, speaking of stuffing our faces, what will we be shoving down our gullets when we get home tonight?
Who knows?
What kind of slop is Austin going to eat?
Let's go. Slop of the week.
We find out next and wrap up. Not the week. We're on again for another 2 weeks.
I'm
but
not. See you later.
We wrap up the shows from inside the studio in this time slot.
Yes.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
All right, the final What's for Dinner of the week. Austin has surprised us with his weird food habits.
Who doesn't
which,
love slop?
You know, it's honestly great. At the Zone, we take pride in our terrible food opinions. People
It's
don't
a
know
requirement.
this. When we do our interviews, when they sat Nick down and said, "So you want to be the producer of Unsportsmanlike Conduct?"
So you want to be the producer?
He thought that they were going to ask him like, "What's your plan and what would you do with imaging?" But no, the first question is, "What's your worst food take?"
Yeah.
And then he said, "What was your worst food take?"
Oh, let's see. I am a ketchup and steak guy.
And they said, "Hired."
Yeah,
Immediately.
100%.
Austin, if the powers that be are listening to this station, they're going to be very interested in you someday.
Wow,
I'll tell you that.
that
much.
rocks.
Just
Let's
for
go.
this segment, nothing
Yes.
else.
No,
Just
for
this
What's for
segment
Dinner,
alone.
America segment.
So what's for dinner?
What's for dinner? Guess what, fellas?
Oh my
Slop
Sweet
is
potato
back
slop.
on the menu, boys.
Sweet potato slop.
We love sweet potato slop, except I did make some taco meat out of some ground turkey
Taco
yesterday.
slop?
Taco slop, baby. What? How do you hate taco slop? You can even put a little sprinkled cheese, put it on their broiler for a second.
Oh,
it'd
we
be great.
can call it white people taco night, and he won't get triggered by it like
No,
John will.
This is slop. Okay, do
White
not call
people
it taco.
slop.
Sloppo
Wait,
night.
isn't that just white people dinner? All right, good luck.
Thanks, man.
to you.
Appreciate that.
We have some rotisserie chicken that we need to finish off from Costco,
Nice.
and I have one more potato that I need to finish up because I will have
Nice.
zero time to eat any potatoes at home over the next week.
Yeah.
So it's going to be those two things. We also
You know what you could do?
what?
You can make it into slop.
No,
Why?
Austin, no.
Just put the potato in a bowl,
Oh
put the
my
rotisserie
gosh.
chicken, pull it, and throw it in.
Oh my gosh.
That's actually,
Slop.
I'm more on board with that because it's a normal potato. God's potato.
Wait,
is
what-
I call
I
it.
almost said a bad word, and I'm not going to end my tenure this week with that, but that's really mean of you, and sweet potatoes will not stand for
I hate
that.
sweet potatoes.
Those
Nick,
are the worst.
I think Paige is at a running thing, going to a running thing right
she was
now.
at a run thing yesterday
That
too.
rocks.
Wednesday. Or-
Today is Thursday.
Today's Thursday,
now.
bro.
What's it?
It's disclosure day.
I think the what? Yes, it is. Nick, go to the movies.
She's doing something tonight. I think I'm on my own. We got some mac and cheese from Aldi, so maybe
that
I'll
rocks.
do that.
Okay.
Low key, Aldi, those like take and bake meals, low key good.
Well, it's not take and bake. It's just like it's
no,
box.
but I'm saying, I'm
Yeah.
just well, nice, dude.
Yeah.
That rocks.
J-Man said prediction: chicken, rice, and or slop. Yeah, I
Well,
will
you
have
got
chicken.
slop right.
You know, I have some rice as well that I might try to have tonight.
Ooh,
Also,
that could be good.
mm-hmm.
Thanks for disclosing your meal with us.
You're
on
welcome.
this day.
Knock
I
it
think
off.
Otson might be seeing it tonight.
Disclosure
His
day?
last free day for a few
Yeah.
weeks.
Can't
So
wait for him to tweet it out.
A really smart move on his part.
Yeah, seriously, because we were talking about it because I like talking about movies with my friends.
Yeah.
At least I thought I did.
Wow.
And I said, when are you going to see it? And he was like, I might try to sneak in on the day before everything kicks off because starting tomorrow, he'll have no time.
Yeah.
I've been playing Forza Horizon 6. It's a car racing video game. And every Thursday, a new season, sub-season, whatever, comes out with different like cars you can unlock and doing challenges. So my plan tonight is to knock out as much of that as I possibly can. So I'm not jonesing all week and I can't do it because I'll be busy.
Yeah, that makes
Nice.
sense. Yeah.
Mhm.
So you get the Twitch to
Yeah.
get Forzen.
Yeah, I need to get Forzen.
A few things that I had written down that we never had a chance to get to, but we have 5 minutes, so we
Dang
can do
it.
it real quickly.
Speed round.
NFL quarterbacks. How many quarterbacks are currently in the top tier? This is one that I.
Oh, this would have been such a good topic.
I know. You know what? We don't even have to do it because
To a
I'm
technical
gonna
value.
I'm gonna punt that to a. I hope McMaster is listening. We can do that during the College World Series. But we had like a conversation. I don't remember if it was on or off the air earlier this week, but it was like the top four. For a while, it's been the same four guys. Like, are we sure that that's
I think
the
it was
top
when we were
tier?
literally walking out the door.
It's
Okay.
definitely Burrow isn't in that list anymore. I don't
Yeah, because it's Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, and Burrow. Like that's been the top four.
Yeah,
Burrow's been banged up lately. Mahomes is coming off a knee injury. Jackson just had his worst year in a while.
and Allen is overrated. He's always been overrated.
Wow. So that's one thing
Bryce
that we
Young.
missed today. Here, speaking of overrated, here's something that I wrote down that we didn't get to. It's pretty crazy that Texas Tech is doing all of this for a quarterback I view as solid, if not good, but certainly not spectacular.
Some are calling mid as hell.
Stuart Mandel wrote today, the question Texas Tech's leaders should be asking themselves right now is, are we sure this is worth it? Are we sure we want to become the pariahs of college sports over a talented but troubled quarterback who's not exactly the second coming of Patrick Mahomes? And then he added, Sorsby went 0-8 in November games the last 2 years in Cincinnati.
But also remember, Sorsby was one of a few quarterbacks available, including Anthony Calandria.
The funniest possible outcome is that they're just a fine team.
Mm.
They're fine.
Yeah.
Damn fine.
What was the other one? Oh, like just in passing mention, it's wild how many celebs are at Knicks games.
Bing bong.
Have they taken over the Lakers?
Got Taylor Swift, the Himes, Adam Sandler.
And then this last one, this was going to be happy hour, but then we started talking about disclosure day because Austin can't stop thinking about it.
It's on my mind. It's also ruined my algorithm for everything.
Awesome. Ari Wasserman did his Big Ten power rankings before the season kicks off, and he had Nebraska at 11th. My
Whoa.
question was going to be,
in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Well,
what happens if they go 11th? And then here's the thing that I've been wondering about.
Could make the CFP.
How important is it for them to get to a winning record in conference? And if they do, that would mean at the minimum they are an 8-4 football team.
That rocks.
I guess
sign up.
Not at minimum. They could lose all their non-conference games and then go 5-4. So they could be 5-7. So never mind. But you know what I mean.
What's more important, a winning conference record or beating a ranked team? Like as a fan, what's more important for you?
Well, actually, unfortunately, in this scenario, you probably get both.
You get both at the same, unless you somehow beat a ranked team, but then lose a bunch of weird ones. I think to answer Nick's question, though, I think it would be the ranked win because that is a more common stat that we point to versus records above 500 in conference.
Yeah, that's fair. Yep, and it's also a national thing that everyone could point to and be like, aha, we can get that off our back.
They would make graphics. They have their first win over a ranked team since the Obama administration.
It's like when NIU beat Notre Dame. Was that Notre Dame?
A couple years ago.
Notre Dame, yeah.
That was wild. I watched that in a hotel room.
We were getting ready for 1620 the pregame.
Nice.
Whoa, that rocks.
Nice. Let's see.
We also fell in love with What's More Likely this week. That was fun.
That was a great time.
Yeah.
So Katie earlier said, seems like Josh is really just down the path of one of your no longer with us co-host who thought he needed to throw his weight around because I said that I do that earlier. And then he says, tap sign for the sideline reporter. I am just trying to blend in over the next few days.
To vibe, as the kids say.
I just want to do my job. Do your job.
What would you do if John Bishop says, and now we're throwing it down to Unc Josh?
I would say, how did John learn Unc?
Oh, John is really good about picking up on young words and kind of casually using them. He remember when he got really into cuck?
I'm going to teach him Chopped. That's fun.
That makes it seem like John got really into being cucked.
Nope, that's not what I was saying.
Remember when John got that chair?
It's definitely not what I was saying.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
So here's what we have. As I get out.
One more time.
The schedule of great significance.
All right, speed run. Go.
You going to frame this? By
I
the end of the
should.
week?
Tomorrow, it'll be
Wow, that was smooth.
Michael and Mike in the morning. And then from the ballpark, it'll be Schaefer and it'll be McMaster.
Schaefer and Matt.
That's how it's going to be for the next couple of days. It'll be John, Connor, myself calling the games. And then on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, it'll be John, Farron, and Connor. I'll be doing the show with Matt. Schaefer will be doing the show with Matt. We're going to have some new fun friends that will be joining us. And then I'm back doing sideline stuff on Wednesday, and then if necessary on Thursday. We will have you covered, though, each and every day. Weekends, we're going to start at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow, we will be on 6A until what time will we be off the air tomorrow? 10:30?
Probably
10.
Like 22:10, somewhere around there.
You suck.
I like 22:10.
Yeah.
So we'll be doing like 16 hours of stuff starting tomorrow.
1600.
It's a labor of love. Thanks everybody for joining us. We
Thank
appreciate it. Austin, thank you. You were here every day this week.
It was fun.
Except for Friday, so screw you.
I do be tired.
Yeah. Go enjoy your weird nap.
Some people are saying I'm eepy. Would you say that?
No, I literally
look
never
at the
would.
North Carolina dugout. They're getting eepy.
We should get John to say eepy.
That's a great one.
That's my new goal.
Yep. Eepy.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. He's Austin. He's Nick. I'm Josh. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Enjoy the 2026 Men's College World Series.
Goodbye.